Good morning, friends. Good morning. In just a few minutes, the event will begin. So I encourage you to begin taking your seats, winding down the conversations at the exhibitor booths so that we can begin on time.
You want to do something, you want to make it really crazy, everyone look down at the same time. Just make sure you're only one. Even if you're not close, forward, and then do it, that's fine. If you want to do that, just make sure.
What would be the crazy
Just make sure you.
Eyes down. Eyes down. Forward.
So
That's it. Color guard forward, backward, huh?
Or Johnson, if you want to do that. All right. Good job for getting white on it.
Good morning, friends. It is now time to take your seats to wind down those conversations so that we can begin the day's activities. So everyone at the exhibitor table, start to wind down, exchange that contact information so that we can get started. Veteran and Small Business Trade Show Summit. My name is Les Hawthorne, and it is my privilege, it is my honor to serve as your MC. all around you, you'll see exhibitor booths and people who are willing to help you. They have ideas to help you make money, to improve your quality of life, to ensure your business success. And of course, the bathrooms are out to the right, just in case. Now, in this, our 11th year, we say hello to business partners, public agencies, and many that have been here from the very beginning. We say thank you for your support and the support you have given veterans and business owners. You know, a lot has changed in the last 11 years. And if the past is any indication, there are a lot of exciting changes coming in our future. With change comes adjustments, reflection, and new opportunities. So after much reflection on our post-pandemic situation, the leaders of the Southwest Business Resource Center, the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center, has decided to pivot a little bit and to lay the foundation to launch our 100-year plan. You might have seen that expression, the 100-year plan, on the website or on the summit flyers. Or maybe you've heard Albert Renteria, the founder and CEO, talk about his 100-year plan. This 100-year plan doesn't have anything to do with you living to be 100 years old. Although if you have the quality of life to become a centenarian, that would be incredible. But no, it's not about living for 100 years. It actually has more to do with giving for 100 years. And not necessarily monetarily, although that would be incredible if you're able to provide a big financial legacy to benefit others. That would be wonderful. But no, this giving is about sharing your insights, your pearls of wisdom, and giving meaningful support to the generation coming behind you that will run this country and the world for the next 50 years. You see, some of us here have already put in that first 50 years of that 100-year plan. How many in here, how many in this room were at least going to kindergarten in 1972? Don't be shy. How many of us were at least in kindergarten in 1972? Yes, there you are. Woohoo! Old school in the house. Think about this. 1972, remember what that was like? The Vietnam War, the terrorist attack at the Summer Olympics, the Watergate break-in, All in the Family and Sanford and Son were the top 2 television shows. And a new game show aired for the very first time, The Price is Right with Bob Barker. Yes, that was 50 years ago. Were you prepared? Were you prepared for your adventure that lied ahead of you and lay ahead of you? Do you remember the adults, the teachers, the parents, the neighbors, the relatives, the mentors that helped you become the successful person that you are today? So the question now before us is, what shall you do to make a difference in the lives of those who are now starting their 50 years, their first 50 years, so that 50 years from now, when your 100-year cycle comes full circle with a legacy that lives in the lives of so many more, you will have made a difference. 50 years from now, will there be any evidence of a positive impact you had in the life of someone when they reflect back on their 50 years? That is what we mean by the 100-year plan. Your 50 plus the 50 that comes after you. The idea comes from a quote taken from an article in the 1950 issue of Scouting magazine, originally written to encourage men to become role models for young boys on the path to manhood in the Boy Scouts. Here's what it said. 100 years from now, it will not matter what my bank account was, the sort of house I lived in, or the kind of car I drove. But the world may be different because I was important in the life of a boy. Of course, as time has progressed, That expression boy has been replaced with child to be more inclusive of all young people who are growing into maturity. But the meaning hasn't changed at all. At this year's summit, the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center launches our initiative to meld the wisdom and insight of our nation's veterans and business communities with an outreach to students and those who are growing into their first 50 years to ensure their success. Our 100-year plan to influence young lives, to prepare them for the new opportunities awaiting them, begins today. In the months to come, we will keep you informed with texts and emails about the activities and opportunities to partner with us. In fact, stop by and speak to some of the high school students and entrepreneurs. They'll generally be outside where the music will be, having a great time. But please, keep your hearts open to creating your own 100-year plan, helping a child to go in the right direction, guiding young people without harsh judgment, supporting their use and mastery of new technology and education, engaging them in personal growth, encouraging national service and business ownership, and paving the way for their amazing next 50 years. Pass the baton. The year 2072 is counting on us. So thank you, friends. That's the first part so that you understand the 100-year plan. Let's show our appreciation to the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center for their vision to ensure the success of our young people. Now, to kick things in gear for today, demonstrating youthful courage and distinction, is the Moreno Valley Vista del Lago High School Honor Guard under the direction of Sergeant Butts. We feel very privileged to have them present the colors, the flags of our nation and state for the singing of the national anthem. We ask that you please respectfully stand as the flags make their way to the front of the room. And please remain standing until the honor guard has retired the colors from the room. Attendees of this business summit, we now welcome the Vista del Lago ROTC Honor Guard under the direction of Gunnery Sergeant Butts.
Color guard, attention! Forward, out! Forward! March! Left, 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 right. Color guard, hold! Order! Hold! Ready! Cut! Left! Face! Freeze up! Colors!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly behaved at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets right there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night.
Thank you to the ROTC Honor Guard from Vista del Lago High School here in Moreno Valley. Some very, very distinguished young people who are here to make sure that we enjoyed our connection with our nation's pride. And a round of applause to that vocalist. That was Corporal Lindsay Wagner, a songbird that will be back, or rather Casey Wagner, forgive me, that was Casey Wagner. Lindsay Wagner is an actress, had her on my mind. That is Casey Wagner, Corporal Casey Wagner, and she'll be back during lunchtime singing as one of the lead vocalists with the 1st Marine Division Band. You don't want to miss that. They have some foot-stomping, heart-touching tunes that will make all of us glad we're here today. And my goodness, friends, oh, I'm sorry, you may be seated. As you were. How are you liking this heat today? Isn't this wild? And this isn't as hot as it was a few weeks ago, right? Remember when we got into those triple digits? It's a warm day, but it's not like that. I mean, during that heat wave, I heard that the cows in Chino were giving evaporated milk. That's how hot it was. It was so hot that when I would get up and take a shower, I would get 3rd-degree burns in the morning. It was really that hot. It's so hot. It was so hot that my computer froze. And you think that's bad. Over at the Windows store, it's even hotter there. Or rather, at the Apple store, forgive me, at the Apple store, it's even hotter there because they don't have any windows. But it's about to get better, folks, because I'm going to introduce you to one of the coolest guys that you have ever met. This guy is so cool that I hear he has Frosty Flakes every morning, no matter what the weather is. He is the Mayor Pro Tem of Moreno Valley, Mr. Ed Delgado. In addition to serving on the city council, Ed is also a husband, father, baseball coach, and works as an assistant sheriff for the county of Riverside. Coupled with being an adjunct professor at Moreno Valley College, Ed is definitely busy in investing in the next 50 years of his students. He teaches leadership courses to young people in the law enforcement profession. And as a military veteran himself, Ed knows the challenges that can arise when a veteran starts a business. And in our earlier conversation, he told me this, which I think sums up the winning attitude that he embodies. I want these veteran owners to know that through hard work and determination, your business will not only survive, but will thrive. I came from humble beginnings and became successful because I never quit or allowed someone to tell me I could not do something. If you want something, go get it. If you have a goal, work harder than that next person, and you will achieve that goal. Friends, to greet us on behalf of the city of Moreno Valley, I introduce to you a man with an unblemished record of service, dignity, and integrity. The Honorable Ed Delgado, Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Moreno Valley.
Well, you're not going to get that voice from me, so he already put those expectations way up here. When he was introducing me, I thought I was going to go up earlier when he was talking about young and youth and good looking, but that never came up. So Les, we're going to work on that. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Les, for that introduction. It is with my great honor that I'm before you today, opening this wonderful summit with so many bright young minds and mentors, wiser than their years, in the crowd this morning. And they're all around, all the kids are around. When I was pulling in, there was a school bus pulling in, and I'm like, what is it? There must be an activity over there at the youth center, but it's here. So this is their activity. So I thought that was pretty cool. And before I begin, let's give another round of applause to the presentation of the colors and Corporal Wagner. Do you guys remember? Les made a little mistake and he called her Lindsay Wagner. Do you remember who Lindsay Wagner played? The Bionic Woman, that's right. So where is she? She's the bionic woman today. Good job. As Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Moreno Valley and City Council for District 2, I am ecstatic to be part of something bigger than myself. The position I hold here at the city, as well as my position in the Riverside County Sheriff's Department as Assistant Sheriff, share a main goal, and that's to serve the people. My yearning for service began in my younger years. See, there we go again, Les. Within the United States Armed Forces as a young man in the Coast Guard. As you'd expect, I was not afraid to get my feet wet, and that's, get it, Coast Guard, feet wet. Navy people and the Navy personnel? Yeah? You know what the Navy and the Coast Guard have, the Coasties have in common? They both wanted to be Coasties. Why? I'm just saying. God bless you. Thank you for your service. Where was I? Oh, and I'm proud and lucky to have that experience under my belt and under my feet. That innate confidence needed in those exercises directly translate to the societal roles we fill. That some confidence and inability to fail fills this venue today, with fellow veterans and determined entrepreneurs like you side by side. Having the opportunity to serve others and promote a better environment is what makes all this hard work worthwhile. Of course, I'm eternally grateful that I am not alone in this. I have the best people in the world assisting me in this journey, Moreno Valley residents, Moreno Valley business owners, and the city staff that is truly dedicated to the people of the city of Moreno Valley and their outliers. With those skills and vision, it is an imperative to understand the value, our most important but limited resource, time. Because in 100 years, our worldly possessions won't be doing us any favors. However, the ideas, inspirations, and generational confidence we give to the next community leaders, up-and-coming politicians, and our outstanding local businesses will directly affect what the world looks like then. That is the basis of the 100-year plan Mr. Renteria has set forth, something that I believe will help better shape our community into a reciprocating one that elevates everyone, especially those of you in this room. One way that Moreno Valley tackles this goal is by Hire MoVal initiatives, which businesses are encouraged to hire Moreno Valley residents, veterans, college graduates to build a local and dedicated workforce that proves when you put good in, you get good out. Our friends who run these programs are at the Business and Employment Resource Center, or the BERC. They have a table set up right here. Where's the BERC? Back there. Which is a city-funded facility that assists all those seeking better job opportunities, helps build the foundation for soon-to-be business owners, and the most importantly for today, provides a slew of resources and benefits for our veterans. As we'll see here today, throughout your entire day, there are plenty of ways to do that, whether it be via entrepreneurship, veteran affairs, or both. Collaborating harmoniously, success is sure to strike. Thank you all for having me, and have a great summit. Thank you. You too.
I have to admit, I have enjoyed working with Ed throughout the years. When I talk about a person of integrity, that is he. You know, I spent 23 years in prison. I worked there. I was a correctional officer and a sergeant. So he is the assistant sheriff in charge of corrections, and we have the Department of Corrections represented here over on that last table on the back. So if any young people are looking for a career in law enforcement, criminal justice, if you want, catch Ed before he leaves, assistant sheriff with the County of Riverside, make sure you stop back there at one of the booths to get some information on a career in law enforcement. Thank you again, Ed. To highlight the theme for this year's Business and Trade Show, we have invited two very special community leaders to share a few ideas of some workable parts of a 100-year plan and what that might involve. For veterans and entrepreneurs to show us to grow as successful business people in these first 50 years, it starts with a business mindset. And our next speaker knows firsthand what that means. Dalita Jafar is the owner of Grow Gold Consulting, a firm that develops the content and training for companies to meet their business goals and offers personal coaching to accomplish your specific needs. After beginning a career as a clinical researcher in the country of Lebanon, the leader became attracted to sales and entrepreneurial lifestyles. Then in 2019, due to the political events in her home country of Lebanon, she decided to move to the United States and start all over. That was a challenging transition for sure, yet she was able to settle in and adapt and overcome the doubts and fears that a major change can bring. Now she leads a company dedicated to accomplishing success for her corporate and personal clients. Friends, let's welcome to the microphone to share her words of information and inspiration, a real-life example of resilience and determination, the owner of Grow Gold Consulting, Ms. Dalida Jafar.
Good morning. Can you hear me clear? I like to stand with you. First of all, thank you all for being here today. I'm really honored. I'm really excited for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to learn from each and every one of you today. Thank you for showing up for your business, for your community, for the students, for your legacy. And at the end, thank you for showing for the veterans. And thank you for your service too. When I was told about the 100 years plan and the legacy we can leave, I remembered a play I attended or I watched a couple of years ago. It's a weird scene. So the play talks about this old man who was on the stage writing his diary. And on the same stage, his younger self, a young man, was playing the scenes. And while the play was going, the old man was really frustrated. So he walked toward his younger self and he told him, "Look at me. I'm the result of all your actions and all your attitude for the last several years. Is this how you want to end up? Is this the story you want to tell? Is this the impact that you want to leave? Every action, every decision, every attitude you adapt will directly impact your future and impact the future of those who are around you. Change now, become more intentional, and maybe we can write a different story." This was really inspiring for me. I wish we have this in real life. Who wish he can take a peek for his future and look back and change? Don't you wish that? We all do, but unfortunately, this can't happen. But what can happen if we are more intentional and start taking the right decisions and the right attitude to create the future, to create the story that we want to create? In life, we have two choices. We can make a life or design a life. We can make a life by going to work every day with no purpose, with no vision about our future, thinking only about today. And what will happen tomorrow, we will deal with it tomorrow. But when we design a life, we live by what we believe in. We follow our dreams, our passions. We fight, we take risks in order to achieve the goals and dreams. And at the end, we fulfill our potential, we fulfill our purpose, and we leave footsteps for those who are coming after us. We make a difference. Don't lead a small life. Let others lead the small life. You can make a lot more. You can design a life. You can build a legacy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalida, for those encouraging words, those inspiring words. As we move into the future, the next 50 years will be filled with glorious opportunities for young people. One way we can prepare them is by encouraging them to finish their educations, to look into areas of technology, to maybe turn their interest into playing video games into expertise in writing video programs. To give us insight into the myriad of ways we can guide youngsters into their next 50 years is someone who does it every day for a living. He is an educator at Vista Del Lago High School teaching mathematics, digital electronics, and computer science classes. He is passionate about preparing his students for the future because, as he shared with me, the current educational system was designed to turn out high school students with the skills they needed to live inside the box, to work on assembly lines, to memorize and perform routine job tasks, skill sets for jobs that don't even exist anymore because robotics and artificial intelligence have taken those positions. Here to share how our young people can really prepare and grow for the next 50 years with the skills they develop through a focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, is teacher and mentor from Vista Del Lago High School, Mr. Robert Manuel.
Robert, thank you. Thank you. I hope you're all having a good day. I am Robert Manuel from Vista Del Lago High School, and I just wanted to take an opportunity here to just a few minutes and talk to you, and I'm taking advantage of it. So my thinking is everything is going towards evolving or you would perish. I mean, I was on the bus coming here and I was thinking with my colleague, and he said, oh, Sears is also gone. I'm like, yeah, because they did not evolve in response to what the market and what technology and what's happening globally. So I was coming in with the idea of Pickett, slide rules. Does anyone know slide rules here? Okay, there's like few. In the old days, before Texas Instruments, we had slide rules that we would use as calculators. And they were the choice of the astronauts because they took them with them to Apollo missions to the moon because they had to do calculations quick, and it was slide rules at the time. But what happened is, as technology was changing, as our knowledge and our horizons are getting broadened, Pickett decided to stick to what he does best, which is slide rules, and they perished. And Sears is gone, and America Online is gone. Now, think back in time, 24 years ago, if I was to tell my dad I'm going to work for Google, he would laugh at me and tell me, come back and start sweeping floors or something, because Google didn't exist. So lucky for us at Moreno Valley Unified, we are, the way I see it, we are abreast of technology, and we are pushing career and technical domains that didn't exist before. Now we're teaching cybersecurity, we're teaching computer science, we have some changes. Now, the society is sort of hesitant to join, and especially, let's say, the female population, I would say, or a lot of people would still think that, oh, I'm gonna go into a career into whatever is traditional, but then the traditional market is gone. If you think about Amazon, if you're going to be working for Amazon, you're either working at the, at the packaging section or the last mile, or probably maintaining those computers. So it's technology that we need, but then we still need agility in the market. Now, if you're going to go very big, you cannot be agile. You cannot just maneuver around obstacles or new demands that the market will come up with. So I think staying small, having that entrepreneurial idea concept. Now, if you think about it, most of Google's possession are started as small entrepreneurial ideas. People pushed out to the market, Google bought them. So I think career and technical, science, technology, engineering, math, anything in that domain, is very important to us, and we're supposed to encourage each other as well. And if you think about it, most of STEM programs are focusing on engineering and digital electronics, cybersecurity, video game programming, artificial intelligence. Now, some people may think, oh, it's not going to work for my local business and so on, but if you think about it as a bigger scale, it's needed for consumer market, for defense, for protecting the country, to just compete globally. We need those skills. So I don't know how we're gonna be, how 50 years from now, how is the country gonna look like, or how's our society gonna look like? But ultimately, I think, there's this guy, John Gardner. I don't know if anyone heard of him. Okay, there's one person, that's a good thing. So he said the following. He said, the society which scorns excellence in plumbing as humble activity and tolerates shoddiness in philosophy because its exalted activity will never have good plumbing nor philosophy, neither it pipes with or theories with hot water. So if we are going to go into the traditional teaching approach, and we're going to teach our students and everyone to go through that mold of 4 to 6 years, let's say formal college, yes, we can have a lot of philosophers, but what can we do with a society that's all philosophers? It's not going to be self-sustained. It's going to collapse. So that's why I'm thinking, I just thought I'll share these ideas with you, and probably I took over 3 minutes. 3 minutes, you said? I'm done? Okay. Anyways, I really appreciate you all here, and I appreciate the opportunity that Albert and Les got me into this. Initially, I was hesitant. I was worried and scared, but then I'm like, you know what, I'll take it, and I'm here. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a beautiful day, and see you soon. See you around.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Really goes to the heart of what we're talking about. Remember, he mentioned the slide rule and Texas Instrument and their first calculators they put together for the space program? 50 years ago, in 1972, the HP 35 calculator was released to the public, the very first scientific calculator for general public use. Can you see what he's saying about how things are going to change for young people and their opportunities? So Robert, once again, thank you for sharing the vision for Moreno Valley and young people in education. Thank you. So now it's time to look at how you can connect today. We've looked at the past, we've looked at the future. What can you do today to connect with programs designed to benefit small business and veteran-owned business? Well, our next guest is exceptionally qualified to deliver this information. She is Anda Dragic, the chief of the Small Office of Small Business and Disabled Veterans Business Enterprise under the California Department of General Services. Her office has a twofold mission: to help small businesses and diverse and disabled veteran business to thrive by getting certification so they can access procurement opportunities with California agencies on the one hand, and to ensure that the state has the goal and meets the goal of spending 25% of all contract dollars with California certified small businesses and 3% with disabled veteran business enterprises. These two have to be brought together, qualified businesses with money-making opportunities for state contracting. As a former small business owner herself, Anda understands the difficulties you face in recovering and succeeding in this post-COVID environment. And she wants to connect all of you qualified businesses for state procurement and contract opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome as she gives you the insight to growing your small or disabled veteran enterprise, the Chief of the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Enterprise, Ms. Anda Dragic.
Hi, Anda.
Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful crowd, and especially with these young, bright minds here. Now, I'm with the state government, and you heard a lot of inspirational speeches this morning. The state speak is not that inspirational, but I'll try to make it short and exciting. So hopefully by the end of this, I incite your curiosity to do business with the state. I'm Anda Dragic. As Les mentioned, I'm the Chief of the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Services, best known as OSDS, in the State Department of DGS. We're very honored to be here today, and I'd like to thank the City of Moreno Valley and the Southwest Veteran Business Resource Center for having us here to support the continued growth and recovery and success of small and diverse and disabled veteran business enterprises. Also, on behalf of DGS, I would like to thank all the veterans in the room for your service and also for your and your family's sacrifices for us to be where we are today. Thank you. Today, I'll attempt to get you curious about what state does and why would you get certified with the state of California and what's in it for you. In short, what is the state? It comprises over 200 state departments that are spending between $10 and $12 billion every year in state dollars. We're not talking federal, just state dollars, buying goods and services anywhere from pen and paper and food and helicopters, and services between training and waste removal and burial services and IT consulting. There's a lot of opportunity for small businesses and disabled veteran businesses like you on the state contracting. As you know, the challenges of the pandemic and most recently the natural disaster, the heat, the fires, brought many businesses at risk to close or pivot to survive. And I know how that struggle is. So we're hoping that with my office and my team here, we can help you get some resiliency and get some recovery from working with the state. So it all starts with Department of General Services, the department where my office is hosted. It's the business manager for the state. It provides a lot of services to state departments, to the public, and to vendors and businesses just like you, including innovating a sustainable procurement solution, creative real estate management and design, that green building that you've been hearing about, environmentally friendly transportation, funding for the construction of safe schools, and the last but not the least, and the reason why we're all here today, is to promote the small business and the disabled veteran business enterprise programs. Our office, OSDS, has a certification team and an outreach team. We also have a passionate professional on staff. We have Spanish-speaking bilingual staff to support businesses in starting and doing business with the state. And we have a mission to see the businesses thrive. We partner with our new DGS Supplier Diversity Program to provide training and support services to help small, diverse, and disabled veteran businesses just like you get certified and learn about a myriad of how-tos, how to do business with the state, how to access state contracting solicitation, how to market their business to the state and to prime contractors working with the state, and how to connect with the state buyers as well as with these prime contractors. Today at our exhibit table right by the entrance, I have my excellent team of outreach liaison, Wayne and Joanne, wave. And also say hi to Demisha Swanson. She's the new outreach manager and she's here to connect with all of you. Please stop by our booth so you can get information and get you started. As I mentioned, the state spends anywhere between 10 and $12 billion every year. However, in the past few years, due to highly unprecedented emergency purchases, we spend a lot more than that. So then last year, we reached $21.2 billion in state spending on these goods and services, of which $3.1 billion state dollars went to small businesses certified by the state, and $520 million went to DVBEs, Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise, like you. That was, though, not enough for the state to meet its mandated 25% small business goal or 3% DVB goal. So in order to help state departments meet their goals and the state overall, we employed few strategies recently. And the first one would be the launching of a small business and DVB emergency registry. This is a self-registry where businesses like you can go and tell the state, I'm here, I'm ready, I have goods and services that you need, and I'm able to provide those to you around the clock during an emergency. The registry has been launched for less than a year, and we already have 640 certified small businesses and DVBs, and about 260 state buyers are using this registry. So if you are certified and can help the state in time of emergency, please go in and register yourself. We're also looking on how we can expand small business and DVB opportunities on state contracts. And that such an example is our technology, digital, and data consulting master service agreement. That has expanded to include a lot more services in digital and data consulting to attract a larger pool of specialized small businesses. As a result, out of the 330 contractors on this statewide contract, more than half are small businesses. There is recently passed legislation, AB 1574, that requires all state departments to expand their small business and DVB pool of bidders. And DGS is now developing policies and making available tools to all the state departments to reach out to new certified firms or to firms that have not been doing business with the state regularly. So if you're not certified or you have not done business with the state recently, this is a good time to get on, because all these 200 departments will be looking for you. And with our help, of course, we'll be trying to get you into their pool of bidders and share with you their state solicitation. And lastly, a project that we're very proud of, a DGS strategic goal, is developing a small business and DVB training program. This is a comprehensive, in-depth program that we're putting together to help businesses certified by the state on how to bid with the state, how to keep your paperwork and to avoid an audit, how to report, how to carry on a state contract, which can be overwhelming, and all those requirements that you need to meet when you do business with the state. Now, going on to the certification, and I'm looking at Les, he's giving me the look, the over 3 minutes look. I have to talk about certification. That's why I'm here. So what is the state certification, and why would you want to get certified? Well, last year when I was here, I checked one of our small business DVB dashboards, and it showed that Moreno Valley had about 33 certified small business and DVBs. That's not much. At a population of 195,000, I did my research. Pretty big city, so we're hoping more of you will get certified. I checked the same dashboard this year, and the number is 36 small business and DVB. So that's a three business increase, 10%. I feel like we have a lot of work still to do here. So I'm hoping that after today, we get your curiosity and you get to talk to my team there and get you started in getting certified and learning more about it. So why would you get certified? I have 5 top benefits that I will mention. There are probably many more, but the first one is you would be included, your certification profile would be included in the Cali Procure, which is the one-stop portal for the state, where your profile will display the type of work you do and where you do it. And it's a searchable database that is used by state buyers, by prime contractors, by the public, as well as our local governments, reciprocity partners. I'll talk about it later. You'll also be able to sign up for notification to get notified when state solicitations are coming up in your line of business. You'll be sought by state departments, as I said, because they all are thriving to meet their small business and DVB participation goals. And if you are a small business and you're also a DVB, you have dual certification, you're especially sought by state departments because now you help them meet both goals at the same time. And I'm pretty sure most of the DVBs are also small businesses because from our database, I think 85% of the DVBs are also small business, up to $16 million in annual receipts. You can access contracts that are exclusively designed for certified small business and DVBs. These are called small business and DVB option. They allow departments to work directly with a certified firm on contracts between $5,000 and $250,000, or in public works up to $388,000. This is a very good, streamlined procurement process, very good way to get your foot in the door if you're new at doing business with the state. And then you'll be eligible for a 5% small business bid preference, or up to 5% DVB incentive, or even both if you're duly certified. That will help you, bring you to the leveling the playing field with the larger competitors for the state dollars. And lastly, and that is not a small opportunity, you can leverage your certification with over 40 plus certification reciprocity partners with the state. DGS partners with local governments, municipalities, transit districts, school districts, and utility companies that recognize your state certification and allow you access to their contracting opportunities without the need for you to get recertified with each entity. So hopefully it's saving you some money and some time and some paperwork. Our list continues to grow, but we're always looking for new partners. Our last partners newly added were UC University System, and City of Compton. So we're hoping we're going to add more to our list, maybe even our host of today, Moreno Valley. We're looking forward to a partnership. And then all these certified businesses can expand their opportunities to other procurement with the local governments. So if you wanna, these are the benefits, and if you wanna ask where you start, I'm not going to go into detail. I think we have some panels where we can talk about it, but the answer is start with Cali Procure in general. That's the one-stop shop. That's all you need to know. And then for today, all you need to take away is just stop at our booth there where Wayne and Joanne and Demisha will get you started. Thank you so much again for listening to me and for inviting me to be here. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anda. One of the things you have to know by just listening to Anda is that she is sincere when she reaches out to you to get certified so that you can get these contracting opportunities. Can you imagine how much money was spent during this COVID situation? The state of California busted their budget open. And where did that money go? Large businesses for sure, but imagine the small businesses, the veteran-owned businesses, the disabled veteran-owned business enterprises. All of you had an opportunity then to take advantage of a gold mine in business opportunities. Now, we are still rolling through all the things that happened, and there are many opportunities for you. So please, if any of the businesses here have yet to get their certification, check at the table for the general services counter back there that Anda mentioned with Wayne and Joanne. Get your questions answered and get certified. And thank you, Anda, once again for that concise report of how to work with your agency. Now that creates the perfect segue into the next part of our program. Our first panel of professionals covering all things veteran in the Alessandro room, right out the door to the right. It will be moderated by Clem Johnson of Clem Tech Incorporation. This will be your chance to hear from experts in a personal setting with question and answers at the end. After the panel, we're going to be breaking for lunch and be entertained by one of the hottest bands in Southern California. And that's not a play on words. They really are one of the hottest bands in Southern California, the 1st Marine Division Band. First, though, a few announcements. One, you don't have to leave the comfort of this air-conditioned building to enjoy a fine lunch. We have arranged for a wonderful menu right here, provided by a woman-owned business, a local business. She'll be right outside at the table. You can place your orders there with her and get your meal right here on site. In the parking lot out front, the Riverside Health Department is set up and is able to give free on-site vaccinations and booster shots. So stop by if you have a need and take advantage of free. We want to thank Stash Coffee, providing our refreshment setup in the back. Stash is a veteran-owned, family-operated artisan coffee roasting located in Oceanside. Be sure to go online and order some of their one-of-a-kind coffees and blends. They often sell out really fast, so place your order today. Another thing is, when you look up at the front, you're going to see awards. If you stop by and take a look, we have our Skin in the Game awards that we will be giving out throughout the day. Many of you here have done all you can to support veterans and to support veteran-owned businesses and small business success. So some of you are recognized, and we will track you down and make sure you receive your award for having skin in the game, putting your money where your mouth is, and being here with us today. And another thing, we found a set of Sony earbuds. So if this belongs to you, please check in with me. I'll keep them in my pocket, and if I don't forget, you can call me at home and get them later. All right, so then, I will notify everyone. We'll announce it in plenty of time to let you know when it's time to come back and reconvene after lunch. So until then, make your way out to the first panel, Everything Veteran. Go out the door to your right to the Alessandro room, and we'll reconvene for our special keynote speakers in the afternoon. You are now free to move about the cabin. Yeah.
and you're not grounded in a community, you know, where you maybe have a home for collateral, you know, banking, relationships and things of that nature. So access to capital is top of mind for us right now. And then we have our VA friends here. We are also working on the transfer of the Center for Verification and Evaluation from the VA to SBA. And I'll talk a little bit more about that further along in the discussion here today. What does that mean for the veteran small business community?
So talking the overall strategy of the VA, of the Small Business Administration and how they support us small businesses. Think about the numbers they're talking about in the state of California when they're talking to 25% small business participation. Think about in the federal government with the Build Back Better plan and the small business participation within inside of that. And then think about your company and the type of business opportunities your company offers, whether it's products or whether it's services. And then with inside of that strategy, where your company fits. That is the type of information that would be generated toward Larry, that big picture and the overarching what the SBA can do for me. Within the audience, are there any big picture questions for Larry that he can cover based on your individual business?
I have one.
Can you say your name and your business, please?
My name is Kimberly Davis, and my business is Expeditionary Technical Solutions Incorporated. And one of the things that I think about because I'm an 8A, an SBDOC, and a woman-owned small business is that we're told all the time that there are these sole source set aside, and that the SBA can help us with that. And when we talk to contracting officers, what you can see is that historically they don't do it, especially for my specific niche work. So I tend to have to go through the competitive process, which is fine. But it is frustrating to know that they can do these sole source set asides, but there's absolutely no motivation for them to do it for somebody like me. So I'm kind of wondering, I know that the SBA knows that's going on. What is the plan for helping 8As to get some sole source set aside for the work that we specifically can do?
You know, thank you very much for that question. You know, yesterday in the airport coming here, I ran into a business owner that brought up this. We struck up a conversation, brought up the same topic, and we're hearing this all the time in terms of what contracting officers are not doing. And especially like with the VA, with the rule of two and things of that nature. This is definitely a focus area for our Administrator Guzman. You know, with this administration, there's been a lot of emphasis on equity, and veterans are considered a part of the underserved population. And so back in January, a big win that our administrator scored, you know, for the veteran small business community is working with OMB in the White House. He came out with an initiative now that has, I don't know how many of you have heard of category management. I see a few of you nodding your heads. Well, category management was established. You know, there's, I guess, some goodness behind the thinking in category management. In other words, we talk about bundling, but then there's unintended consequences. And so over the last 10 years ago, there was like about 180,000 small businesses participating in federal contracting. And today it's like around 80,000 or so. Administrator is totally focused on increasing those numbers and increasing opportunities for veterans. And so back in January, going back to category management, one of the things that she accomplished was getting veterans moved from tier 0 to tier 2. Now, what does that mean? It means that contracting officers, when veterans were in tier 0 of category management, they weren't paying any attention to veterans. So now moving the veteran businesses up to tier 2 means that when they award a contract, contracting officers are now getting credit under category management. The other thing that we're working on right now is, and I mentioned it, was bringing over VA's Center for Verification and Evaluation, the CVE. And then once we have to have that in place by 1 January 2023, and then we're going to start working with all 24 agencies on contracting officers and what they should be doing. And part of this, and this is my opinion, in fact, I saw a report from Bloomberg that talked about how the contracting offices are not resourced at the level that they were many years ago. And as a result, contracting officers are, typically looking for the most expedient way to fill a requirement, to include, people they work with in the past, bundling and all the kind of things that our administrators kind of focus on. So it is definitely on our radar. We, like I said, we're bringing the CVE over, and you're going to see a different approach now to contracting, and especially on the verification side. And I'll just say this real quick. We're looking at a lighter review and getting more business owners in contracting, because that reduction that I spoke of, has an adverse effect also on the industrial base. If we just keep getting the veteran business owners, or all small businesses, if for that matter, not participating in federal contracting. So it is definitely on our radar.
I'm with this lady back here. I have all the credentials you could possibly imagine, to include AA, and it is incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
It is not a matter of, it's a matter of ignorance on the part of the contracting officers. First of all, contracting officers change about every 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you get everything set in sight, and then all of a sudden somebody else comes in and it completely changes. We have gone to these guys and said, listen, with an 8A, you don't have to do anything. You're talking about expedient. How expedient can you possibly be? But they are afraid to do it. They are afraid somebody's going to jump all over them because they didn't go out for some competitive bid. And they don't have to. That is incredible. What's the point? So we found out basically that the SBA can hurt us, but they don't help us. I'll give you just one example of how I think how screwed up the SBA is. The local office in Santa Ana for the SBA, a few years ago, we're talking maybe 2 or 3 years ago, completely redid their offices. And we're in 8A. We're literally right next door, and somebody from DC did it, because it was mandated out of DC. Does that make any sense?
This was a district office?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We just have to do interiors. I don't do the same thing as lady does. We have to do interiors, FF&E furniture, and that sort of stuff. Very, very frustrating. So the 8A is basically meaningless.
So on the 8A piece, now, does everyone know what 8A is? Can we get a explanation on 8A?
Yes, that is a certified small business, depending on their industry, their size restrictions. Yeah. So it really all depends on what your industry is for dollars generated and number of employees.
Right, and that is a minority certification for minority businesses that are at least 51% owned by minorities. And basically, a contracting officer can give you, depending on what the industry is, but for most industries, up to $4 million, they can just give you a contract.
It's supposed to level the playing field.
Exactly.
For that period of time. It only lasts for 9 years. Well, it's extended because of pandemic, but generally it just lasts it's a one-time program, you move on. It's supposed to level the playing for the little guy to be able to compete with everybody else. It's supposed to do that, but it doesn't.
Right, and for the sake of the audience, and we're speaking at 8A because we're in the strategy piece, and that's where Larry works at in strategy. Another part of that strategy, which falls on the B box, is the marketing strategy and how we market to those contracting officers, and the better ability for the SBA to team up and partner with the small businesses as they're going to do their business development with those contracting officers. And maybe the micro focusing or the micro targeting of contracting officers based on just what you do may add some leadway to that and better develop for the upper echelons of the small business office on how they can better serve us as small businesses. Any other questions on strategy? Yes.
So do disabled vets qualify under this minority 8A section? It's different. It's different.
Well, we got the CVE program, and it comes over like across the federal government. There's a 3% goal, for federal contracting for service disabled, veteran-owned small businesses. So, we at SBA, we monitor the 24 agencies to ensure, they have strategies in place to help them meet or exceed that goaling. And for the most part, the last, since 2014 or so, we've exceeded the 3% goaling, and this past year was actually 4.1% for like about $24 billion that went to service disabled veteran-owned small businesses, which was a $1 billion increase from the year before.
You got a question?
My name's Orlando Fernandez.
I'll get to it.
Okay, my company's Crossroad Environmental Services. We provide janitorial services and supplies. And a question to that same note is that I went through the SBA trying to get my certification through the SBA, and I was rejected because I'm recently new. I don't have 3 years of, I just started my business this year. Now, I've been an executive for 17 years doing the same thing. And why does the SBA require that? And why is it so difficult for us to get certified if we don't have I guess they call it a viability statement, or that we're actually viable to do the business when you look at the experience that I'm bringing to the table?
Okay, so who is making that determination? The contracting officer?
Yes, it's through the certification process. They're requesting 3 years of tax returns.
What certification are you talking about?
Through the SBA. I think it's the minority. I think it's the 8A.
The 8A. Okay, right.
Okay, for the 8A program, I'm gonna take all this back. I was in a session on Friday in Colorado where we had a congressman actually there, and the business owners were saying that we need to revamp the 8A program. So the congressman asked us to work with the business owners and put together, what the proposal would be for him to take a look at it. And what I would like to do is share my contact information with some of you so you can have input, or I can pick up the phone and call you as we develop this. Because the 8A program, I think part of what's wrong, again, and this is me speaking, I mean, you have to have things resourced too, to make it properly work. Because it's not just a contracting program, it's also business development. And when you ask, what are we doing in terms of business development? Be honest, and I know the camera's on here.
I'll have one more question for Larry, and then we'll move on to the V-Box.
Can I just follow up on that? My PTAC officer said, Orlando, just wait a couple of years before you even try to get certified through the SBA. I'm like going, well, this is when I need them the most. I'm starting out, and really gung-ho starting, and I get all these setbacks. I'm not going, okay, if the SBA does want to help us there, I would agree that there is certain things that they could make it, the process easier.
Right, and the natural, and just a caveat on what Larry said, the natural progress of the certification is your small business certification is your starter business certification to ensure you're a small business. When you're moving into 8A, that's considered a maturity level. And what they're trying to do, and the reason they have that 3 years there is because the 8A is only for the 9 years. And they want to ensure that you're not wasting the first couple of years just learning how to do business. So they want you to get in, it's a crawl, walk, run kind of thing. So that's why you're seeing the 3 years there. And if they're going to fix that or if they'll migrate from that, that's a strategy question. I'd like to move on to the V-Box and start talking about training. How many newer business owners do we have here? Outstanding. So when it comes to the veterans training, as a new business, we need to understand partnerships. As a new business, we kind of cocoon ourselves into working with each other and internally into the business, and then looking at our help here as additional things that are there for us, but not as partners within our business. And our V-Box are your partners. They're to make sure that you understand the business piece of business, and they're there to make sure that you at least get a running start to the financial piece.
If I may, I'd like to make a comment to your comment. One of the ways that you can actually enhance your viability statement is to start off with subcontracting. I know that's not the ultimate goal, but it's definitely for those first 2 or 3 years you're in business. If you can find somebody who has a contract and then put your application in sub, that definitely adds to your credibility and your viability statement. So when you get that 2 to 3 years, you have that to add to your repertoire. So I would definitely recommend kind of researching that as well. One of the main problems that people that get companies that get contracts are, and we hear this all the time, is they have trouble staffing. They have trouble getting the people. And we have a client that has the contract for janitorial for 2 major V-Box or 2 major VA hospitals, and they're not going to be able to recompete because they can't staff it. Nobody shows up for work and that kind of stuff. Well, if you have a veteran-owned business as a sub, you're less likely to have that problem. Okay, so I would definitely start with the subs. And I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
We were talking about the training.
Yes,
that
absolutely.
the offered.
So how many of you got out of the military more than 10 years ago? Yeah, okay. Well, let me tell you, there's a huge difference in what's available to transitioning service members. When I retired after 26 years, all I knew was Army, right? When I got out, I went to 3 days, conference, right? To learn how to transition out. I was running a brigade 3 at the time, most deployed signal brigade in the military. And I was like answering my phone, running my thing, and I really wasn't paying attention. When I walked out of that 3 days, all I walked away with is file your VA benefits, file for your disability. That's all I remembered, right? So a couple of years ago, they standardized, the Department of Defense says that isn't good enough. They standardized the transition process across all services. Now it's a 5-day program. The first 2 days are, the benefits, here's how you write a resume, here's how you maybe go to school, things of that nature. And then they're offered one of various tracks. One of the tracks that's offered is the entrepreneurial track. It's a 2-day workshop. About 60% of the people that get out, at least in our bases, opt for that track over education, over employment, over a variety of things. So what we do is we do a 2-day workshop, and then we also offer it to people in the community that maybe, like all of you, that have gotten out, maybe you aren't retired, you don't have base access. So we also offer a 1-day workshop, same material, just warp speed. And we cover everything from you take your military skills, turn them into successful business ownership. We talk about marketing, we talk about the financial aspect, we bring in attorneys, we bring in bankers, we bring in our other resource partners to talk about that team that everybody really needs to be successful. We all know that when we're in the military, we don't do everything on our own. We're team-based. And so that's our mentality. And when we get out of the military and we want to venture into this business world, we have to remember that as well. No island of one, right? No I in team, all those concepts. And, you know, also the things that we learn in the military, the risk management, the risk assessment. You can't run an APFT without doing risk assessment, right? But it doesn't mean you don't do it. It just means that you learn how to manage those risks. And so a lot of our people that come to our classes are very insecure when they get there and pretty confident when they leave. And I think you'd agree, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So that's what we do. And then we also partner with other, the SBDCs, the PTAC. We actually have a Department of Labor reached out to us, and they're not our official resource partner, but they reached out to us last week, and they're giving a 3-part workshop. If you're interested in that, let me know. I'll hook you up on how to stay out of trouble with the Department of Labor. So, you know, as Larry says, I'll coin his phrase, from cradle to grave, whatever you need, we're here for you.
Yeah. And I think with the VBOX, you know, I like to help you navigate what type of things you might need within our partner resources. So if you need an advisor or mentor, I can recommend SCORE. If you need digital marketing, I can recommend, you know, the SBDCs or the Women's Business Center or the PTAC. So I'm kind of like your navigator to help you to get to all these other experts and where you need it, because we can't have everybody on staff, right? Because and so that's what you use these resources for, is to say, I need somebody in marketing. Well, this can be like my marketing advisor, and then they can tell me how to do something, and then I go and do it, and then I can check back with them. And that's really helpful because you don't have time to learn all of those things. I mean, I have an advisor at the SBDC as a small business owner myself, because I can't do all these things on my own. So please come see us and we can help navigate that process.
Got a question, just following up on that.
What's your name?
My name is David Erickson. Is there a certain website, or is it more so we'll just send you an email or follow up personally?
The advice we give is always start with sba.gov, sba.gov/VBOC. You'll find us all. There's 22 of us. And if you just Google Arizona VBOC or SoCal VBOC, you're going to find us. Yeah,
We have a table by the door, if you come, the back door by where the patio is, where there's like food and stuff. We have a table there, you can come visit us there, the VBOC, and I can get you set up, okay?
Hey, my name's Zach Vlock. So I primarily sell real estate and I sell solar, and I run a 100-person sales team. I decided that I was gonna venture out and start a business with a couple of the veterans. I've always used my own capital, and everybody's like, reach out to the SBA, talk to them. I called both VBOCs in Southern California, left multiple messages, not once received a single call back.
Oh, wow.
I still, ironically enough, just got one 5 minutes ago from another lender saying, hey, do you need funding?
Okay.
Not the SBA. These private money lenders reaching out to me 3, 4, 5 times a week.
Yeah.
How does a veteran do this? Because I'm not a stupid person.
Right.
I could not get a hold of anybody to answer my questions, to help me walk down the process and do this. I just gave up on it. I said, all right, whatever. Me and these other 2 veterans, we're not going to start this project, obviously.
Right.
So what is the SBA doing to fix that? Because it shouldn't be that difficult.
No, that's good input. I'm sorry you've had that experience. Please come see me at my table. You can email me directly, and I can connect you with our advisor who does all SBA loans.
So how does a veteran do it though? Who doesn't have your email? Who's not sitting here?
Yeah.
How do they do it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, again, if they're transitioning out now, they definitely hear about us because we give the workshops. The other thing is, any SBA partner they go to, the first question they ask, are you a veteran? And then we collaborate together. So when I call an SPDC and I say, hey, is your name Adam? Zach. Okay, so hearings, first thing they go, right? So Zach is a veteran business owner and we're helping him. However, I know that you have a really good marketing person on your staff. Hey, Mark, let's get together. And we literally joint phone or Zoom or Teams or whatever with those other resource partners to get you what you need. The most important thing to remember is we all work together. We don't say, oh, I'm the VBOC, I'm not sending anybody to SPDC. We don't do that. We don't even hand you off. At least our center doesn't. I think all the centers do the same thing. We work together to give you what you need. And I don't know if Larry's going to talk about this, so sorry, Larry, if I steal your thunder. We are adding 15 new VBOCs within the next year. So that's a good thing. I'll tell you, most of our VBOC staffs are 3 to 4 deep. I know I have 2,200 clients, so it is a bit of a challenge. Once we add those other VBOCs, it'll help kind of close that gap a little bit. And I believe you're recently added to the VBOC team.
Yeah, I'm a month
so,
new. Yeah, so yeah. We want to do more outreach events to make sure that we're seen and heard. So individuals like you will, can come up to us and see us at an event or an outreach program. So that's really an initiative that I think we'll be having moving forward when we break up, we have more VBOCs, we'll actually be able to get into the area and get to meet different organizations and connect on a much deeper level within our community. So hopefully that will address it. I don't know, why we will never, return a phone call. That's something that's internal that needs to be addressed. And I love to connect with me and I can do a paper trail and see what happened, if there was an email that was lost or whatnot. Because we did have a transition program, moving from one director to another, that could have been an issue. But please come talk to me. I'd love to figure out what your process was so we can fix it. Okay.
So your table is located.
Yeah, you go in the conference room or the main room, just turn left and there's those double doors that kind of go outside again. I'm right to the right. Like I think I'm the second table in or first table in.
So we have the SBA and we understand our strategy. We understand our training and our personal relationships with the VBOCs. Also remember within your area, there's an SBA representative. And ensure that you know who that person is, and they change from time to time, but ensure you stick with that person, because any issues you have, that's the person that's supposed to be figuring out how to navigate your way through. And with that, I'd like to migrate, and I'm not skipping you, Ms. Sandra. I'd like to go to Calvet and talk about some of the things that Calvet is offering, and they can also talk to you about opportunities. Who was that had building supplies?
All right, Raymond Carlos again from Department of Veteran Affairs, Calvet. State of California, of course, 25.3%. You hear those numbers all the time. Calvet kind of strives for 5% DVBE. We also have a DVB first policy. So although the state of California, there's some agencies out there that you'll hear SB-DVB option. We pursue SB-DVBs first. Calvet goes to DVBE's community first. We have thresholds where we have to meet those opportunities to do business with the small business community. I could say 80–90% of our contracts and procurement processes, transactions are under that threshold. That's why our percentages are slightly higher than other agencies. So opportunities are there. With Calvet, anything from medical to your typical office supplies. We buy anything and everything. We set contract goals on contracts. I think somebody asked about the incentive for prime contractors. If they don't attain that goal, we don't award that contract. So the contract, the goal can vary, 3%, 5%, but if as a prime contractor, you don't attain that goal, that participation, that commitment at the beginning, you do not sniff the contract. Of course, there's follow-up with the contract, making sure that they're using the certified DVBEs, things like that. So opportunities there on contracts and procurement. Other things that we are doing as far as Calvet is, of course, yeah, not everyone can come to these events. Right? What we do, we have 8 homes throughout the state of California. We have a procurement unit in each one of those homes to include headquarters, so 9 total. We can't put you face to face with all of our buyers. It's just impossible. But we do have monthly calls internally with all those procurement units. We give a DVB an opportunity to kind of put your face in front of all of our procurement staff to kind of know, hey, give us your capability statement. What do you have to offer? And all we can do is we'll open the door. We'll include you in our future solicitations. What that crooked number looks like after, that's out of my hands, right? But those are just some of the few opportunities that we have.
Any questions for Calvet?
Just to clarify, it's more product than service, is that correct?
No, it's both. It's both. Last year, we awarded, I think, a little over $80 million, and it's probably 60-40 as far as service and products. So.
Yes.
Griffin Forsyth, Black Box Safety. I just went out to the Yountville facility a few weeks ago, and I'd love to learn more about what you guys are doing at the Yountville facility in terms of revamping one of the buildings or building a new building.
Yeah, we are building a brand new skilled facility, a brand new hospital in Yountville, our veterans home. It's a 240 bed facility that we will build here. I think it's expected to be completed in 3 years. They just broke ground a few months back. So there are opportunities there. Of course, we are partnering with DGS for that building. But yeah, just like everybody else, we have a table out in the lobby. Feel free to touch bases with me there.
Yeah, I just want to say Calvet has been wonderful to work with. You guys do a great job with it.
No, appreciate it. Thanks.
Outstanding.
We try.
And I can attest to that also. Next, let's talk about the VA in Long Beach.
The reason I'm here is because, just like you mentioned, you got to staff that contract, right? Last minute staffing. So I'm an employment coordinator for the VA homeless program in Orange County. And the way I help contractors is, guess what? I have veterans. I've got about 150 veterans that are looking for work right now. And when you get that, when you know you bid on that contract, reach out to the VA, reach out to vocational rehab therapy, reach out to the nonprofits in the area. I actually do consulting outside of California for service disabled owned businesses. And the way we do it is we bid on the contract. We know it's going to be awarded in, say, 30 days. First thing you got to do is you got to do your marketing. You got to go out there, go to the VAs. So the VA has the homeless program, which has employment contractors, vocational rehab therapy. They also have employment coordinators. And then you have Chapter 31 Veteran Business Administration, which is a vocational readiness and education program. They also have employment coordinators. The one in LA has 3. Long Beach VA, we have 2 within the homeless program, and they have 5 within the VRT program. That's just one entity. Then you have, like, for instance, in Los Angeles, you have US Vets. US Vets is a national nonprofit. They have a ton of employment coordinators. Also, you got JVS in LA. They have a ton of employment coordinators. You have Volunteers of America, which is nationwide. They have a ton of employment coordinators. Reach out to them first so you can get your staffing. A lot of the contracts, when you get awarded, I work with 3 contractors here in Southern California, and they call me, we got the bid, okay, and then we start the interview process. Here's the other caveat that you can use, because you're all a small business, right? And you need money where you can get the money, right? And so what I do is I arrange for on-the-job training for the contractor. So what that does is the nonprofit will pay for on-the-job training, so you get up to $10 an hour for that person. So you just bid on this contract and you bid skinny on it, right? So you can get awarded the contract. Well, guess what? Now you can get back paid for that contract by using on-the-job training. You can also use American Job Centers for that training, but the nonprofits are a little bit more liberal with the money because they have to spend it in order to keep on getting those contracts, right? The grants, rather. Also, you've got your tax credit. So if a veteran's been out of work for 6 months, you got $9,600 coming to you for that tax credit. And depending on how long they've been unemployed will depend on how much of a tax credit you get. So what I tell my contractors all the time is have them fill out the form. Even if they're not a veteran, they may be. And once you fill it out, and if they've been unemployed for 6 months and they're not a veteran, you still get a tax credit. So make sure you fill out that tax form for every employee, because he said he's got 100 employees, so if you have 100 employees filling that out, and even if half of them come out, that's a lot of tax credit you can get, bring that bottom line down, right? And then ultimately, work with that nonprofit on a continuous basis, because a lot of your contractors, the employees might not like the job, so you're gonna have some high turnover, especially in janitorial. Everybody thinks it's an easy job, it's not. You gotta go in there and hustle. And so, ironically, I've got West LA and Long Beach. I've got a contractor I work for both of those locations. Same contractor. They're hiring probably about 10 every quarter from me because of the turnover or promotions. Everybody thinks it's an easy job. It's not. You gotta go in there and
Can I
hustle.
get did you have a question?
From someone online.
Yes.
So Ron from Patriot Allied Solutions said, what can I do if I've had no business up until now and have a contract now and need funding? Being referred by the SBA to the same lenders that turned it down. Just trying to get a.
Because of the turnover or promotions. Everybody thinks it's an easy job.
Who is that question for?
Yeah, I think we can guide that question to you, Larry, for the funding, and to the VBOX for funding.
Yeah. So they went through the SBA and they sent them to lenders?
They got shot down by the lender.
Okay. There's many reasons why they might have been turned down, and we need to kind of investigate what those reasons were. Was it, collateral? Was it their credit? What was that? And then work with them on any one of those areas and try to get them, fundable. So they should come visit us at the VBOC, look us up, go to the SBA.gov website and find us. And then we can investigate that and use our experts in advising for their lending advisors and see what happened, because they might, no reason. Yeah.
Where are they located at?
Any one of those areas.
There's a bit of a delay, so it might.
Okay. They should come visit us at the VBOC.
Any other questions for
Go to the SBA.gov website and find us.
If I can add to that question as well as far as funding, our goal, all the resource partners, our goal is to get a company prepared to bid on a contract. Asking for help after they've got a contract and now they want money and now they want people, it's a little difficult. However, every lender, has a different score credit requirement, different asset requirement. And our goal is to make sure we match them with the right person, right entity, but definitely before. Proactiveness, right? Not reactive. That's our goal. So yeah. Okay, we'll hook them up, yeah. And also our host, and a lot of the hosts have different
Can you
assets.
take down his contact information? For
Yeah, we'll hook them up with the
So,
proactiveness, right? Not reactive. That's our goal.
Do you have skilled labor, or are they more laborers?
What was that?
Yeah. And also
I lost my ears in the Army after 22 years.
In terms of the staffing.
The staffing part?
Staffing part, because we're GC, and, if we're bidding on public works, you gotta go union. And so, or prevailing wage, say union, and so we have a hell of a time finding workers.
What was that?
Big GCs snag them.
Years in the Army.
Yeah.
So the programs that I talked about, the VRT program, the homeless program, and the VBA program, all of the three of those VA programs have veterans that are looking for work. When you go to the VBA, you're going to get a more educated veteran than with the homeless program. The homeless program are generally entry-level people. Generally, there are some that are educated, but for the most part, they're entry-level people, and they'll be entry-level at 65 or 23. And so we always have veterans that are looking for work. And then you also have the nonprofits that have veterans as well. But the nonprofits get veterans from the VA. So they do have some of their own veterans, but mostly our veterans. They're entry-level people, and they'll be entry-level.
But they're not skilled labor, no carpenters, electricians.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They do have.
Yeah, oh yeah. And then you also have the nonprofits that have veterans as well. But the nonprofits get veterans from
Just as a follow-up, is what you're doing in California, replicated by other VA medical facilities? You said you're aligned with in other states?
Yes, so.
What specific would that be that I would look?
Well, the other states just reach out to the VA hospital
And,
and then ask for the employment coordinators.
okay.
Yeah, and vocational rehab and therapy, that's where you're gonna find a lot of veterans. Not all VAs have a homeless program where they have employment coordinators. We're just fortunate we have two, because obviously LA and Orange County are pretty large. You're looking at about 400,000 veterans within that circle, so there's a lot of veterans there. But also, don't forget about the tax credit as well, and don't forget about OJT. Because the on-the-job training, you can get up to $10 an hour or up to 500 hours. Generally, they cut it down between 200 and 250 because it's a lot of money, right? And so they want to spread the wealth to other people. So I'll give you an example. One of my contractors that I placed for in West LA just got their contract increased by 15 people. And so I found 15 people for them to interview. I sent 20. And basically, they got to fill that contract, and you have to fill those hours with a body, right? And so they're okay with going through staff because they're getting funded by the nonprofit for $10 an hour for that staff for the training. The other thing you can get from the nonprofits is uniforms. So that's another expense that you guys have in your business is uniform costs, right? Safety belts, hard hats, boots, khaki shorts, khakis or shirts. So anything that you need for your business, the nonprofits can actually fund as well. Why do they do it? Because they need to pull from that grant money. And there's just different pockets of grant money to pull from, right? So one of them supportive services, that's where you're gonna get your uniforms from. The other one is on-the-job training, so that's where they pull that money from. And then the other one is case management. And then guess what? By you hiring their veterans, they now just got a placement. And so for that nonprofit, I got 15 placements, but that nonprofit also got 15 placements. And so if we all work together in the employment world, then everybody wins. The employer wins, because I have two customers. I have the veteran, I have the employer. And so I make both of those customers happy. One by getting a job and the other one by helping with funding.
And so just to make this 100% clear, the baseline of what you are speaking about is the same in all 50 states?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do consulting in all the states outside of California. Because I'm a federal employee, I can't do it in California because there's a conflict of interest.
Outstanding. Everyone here, we heard Miss Anna speak earlier, and she gave us the high-level view of the state of California and the opportunities that the state of California provides. She spoke about her contracting officers and how they work with us veterans and how she has her DVBE requirements with the state. And she also talked about how they're meeting their veteran and small business requirements within the state of California. And she also talked about how they're meeting them, but I think you mentioned that the state of California is looking to expand its small business and veteran requirements. With that said, let's look at your business. And I think, Ms. Anna, we know what the state of California does. But let's hear some comments from the audience based on your particular business type on how the state of California, or maybe get some information based on developing opportunities, based on requests for information from contracting officers, from requests for proposals, and those subcontracting opportunities. Is there someone in the audience that that has a question about seeking those opportunities with the state of California? Yes.
And I talked earlier, so if in the state of California, it counts if you're a service disabled veteran. But I'm certified through the federal government as veteran-owned small business. So I'm tumbling to, in California, that doesn't really mean anything. And then I'm tumbling to what I should do is try to become a certified small business. In the state of California, period. And it's a veteran part of it. That's the situation.
So I will never agree that the federal disabled veteran certification doesn't mean anything in California. But what I'm going to say that to have access to state dollars, contracting opportunities, you have to get the state certification as a disabled veteran business enterprise. That comes with the requirement of 10% service-connected disability and officers domiciled in California. And it does not have a requirement or a limit for the annual gross receipts or for count of employees. As a small business, you have that requirement up to 16 million in 3-year average in gross receipts and 100 employees. Domiciled in California. And it does not have a requirement or a limit for the. Does anybody make questions? Count of employees. Is anybody doing business with the state here? Okay. Requirement up to 60 million in.
Sylvia, I've been down with American Safety Group, so we specialize in professional services as well as general contracting. And we won our first Caltrans award as a sub on a minor fee.
Is anybody doing business with the state here?
And so we won it, and then to perform the work was like, you know, how do we do our fees? How do we, you know, blah, blah, blah. Because it's a fixed fee worth. And so with escalation and lack of material availability, you can't put in a claim. So this has been a problem for the minor fees, right? Everybody complains about it. I think where we don't have enough support, and we're a small business, and I think everybody can vouch for this, you wear 15 hats, right? Every one of your agencies, like you have different platforms, different processes, you have to like master them all. So it's like, you can't, how does a small business owner do all that and still conduct their business? It's almost not manageable. But having said that, it's the leading side, the marketing side of advertising ourselves to our contractors. And I will say that for DGS, we have had really great response when I have a question or issue or want to dig. I do get callbacks and emails. The other agencies, as far as your strategies go, they're not responsive, like this gentleman was saying. I can email a contract officer and advocate, and I get nothing. So kudos to your
Thank you.
team. But having said that, it's, you know, we cover district in terms of Caltrans 7, 8, and 10. They're not. So wait, San Diego 11.
11. I think they have tables here. Both of them.
So my point is, it's also a lot of regions we have to talk to and constantly be trying to figure out, you know, your different platforms in your website, Contractors Corner, who's winning from the contracts, who do we get in front of? So that's where it gets really confusing and we need more help. And like this gentleman next to you is saying 5% for DVB, we're a DVB and SDO, SB, we're a SBE, a DVB, who cut it off? You know, the question, except the 8A. But it's like you really need help in so many different parts of conducting business. Sometimes they'll talk to me about PTACs and SBCs, and I don't know the difference. Like, I don't know who is the right one. But the marketing side and understanding that part of contracting and DGS is starting to get very confusing. You can see solicitations and then you can't see who the plan holders are, to go and reach out to them. You can't easily put an advertisement there as a sub. I mean, I've tried so many times, it's like, I just give up.
So Anna, what would you recommend? And for those in the back that couldn't hear the questions and comments, of course, she was giving kudos to Anna and her division in DGS about how they get back with her. But she's trying to figure out how to better navigate the contracting office piece. And Miss Anna, can you expand on that? Maybe give her maybe some advice on how to navigate that?
So this has been a gap that has been identified, and in my remarks earlier, I mentioned we saw the need, we heard the community, we're putting together an in-depth small business and DVB training that will take you as a module on marketing, has a module on commercially useful function. I'm pretty sure you heard about that. That's like the pain point of businesses doing business with the state. We have a module on how to do the paperwork and how to do accounting and how to do all that. That launch time is December 2023, so it's next year. We're working with a lot of partners with the expertise and bringing CDCR and even Calvet, I think, probably Caltrans to kind of get that expertise to put it together as a one good comprehensive training for businesses. We acknowledge that there is a problem. We do have one of our best outreach guys is now working for Caltrans. So we're hoping we can continue our collaboration with them. And he's pretty, Michael Aguilio, you probably guys have met him. He's pretty savvy and is bringing that expertise in. I do know that in Caltrans, they have a small business liaison group that they meet together. That's what Caltrans does. For the state level, from DGS, so each department has to have a small business and a DVB advocate, right? We, in partnership with Calvet, are administering that group. So we meet quarterly and we kind of talk about how we can help businesses exchange notes and see what's going on and where do we need to work better. That's our strategy that it seems like it's working. But if you have particular, like specific needs, you can go to our table or even to me and tell me exactly what that is. And then maybe we can reach out to Michael or even to the districts and see how we can help you.
I have time for one, maybe two more questions if depending on the response time. But by a show of hands, who has not done business with the state of California? Ms. Anna, can you explain how to get to the website?
Yes.
And what they would be looking at in order to get registered with the website, and why they would want to do that?
Yes. So Cali Procure is www.caliprocure.ca.gov. That's the one-stop shop. That's where you'll see 4 tiles. One of them is Get Certified. Once you get to that page, you'll learn everything about the eligibility to become certified for the state as a small business and DVBE. You also get our contact information, ostshelp@dgs.ca.gov. You can get certified online, or if your business is more complex or there is something that doesn't go through the system, you will come for review for my staff. I have 14 certification analysts on staff. They're working on certification files. Once you get certified, you become part of that Cali Procure. You're listed, your profile is there. You sign up for notification or solicitation from the state. Sometimes that could be overwhelming because once you sign up, you get everything. But nonetheless, you can go to our website and look at the upcoming solicitation. That's another way to see what's the state is doing in the next 3 to 6 months, and maybe it comes with an email contact information for each solicitation, so maybe you can get on it. It will tell you if it has a small business preference or a DVB incentive, so you know if you're interested. We have 6 dashboards on our website, and we can get those to you at the table. Procurement dashboards. One of them is called SBDVB Procurement Dashboard. You go in there and you know your codes, right? Your UNSPSC codes, and you enter your code and see what department in the state is buying what you're selling, or who are your competitors on the same code, and how much and how frequently a department has bought that code from a business. And maybe that's where you you kind of learn what's going on and where the demand is and what the state is looking for. With that information, you take that information, you get the code, you got the terms, you got the services and goods that are sought by the state. You can come back to my team, talk to Wayne, talk to Joanne. We have about 8 outreach liaisons. You can set up a one-on-one technical assistance with them. And I have a policy of returning calls in 24 hours. Now, that may not happen all the time, but we are very, very strictly adhering to that. But you'll set up a one-on-one assistance, and then you ask them to help you strengthen your certification profile, to have the right codes, the right keywords, everything that you need to match what the state is doing. Because when buyers are going in the system and putting the code, your business has to show up for them to be able to include you in their solicitation. You don't have that code or the keywords, or you may not show up. So one.
Can we get one question is there another question online?
Yeah, there's one more from Lawrence Calhoun. They said, I'm an SDVOSB. I would like to see if I can be considered for work at Long Beach, VA. They're a California licensed general lead contractor, overall maintenance and construction company.
Can we get one question is there another question online?
Yeah.
What was the question again?
So they're an SDVOSB. They would like to know if they would be considered for work at the VA as a California licensed general lead contractor, orbital maintenance and construction company.
They're going to have to go into the SAMs to see if there's any contracts available, because I don't do contracting. And contracting is done at the VISM level, which is kind of like the regional level. And it's actually in Long Beach, but you're going to have to go on the SAMs to see what's available for contracts.
And our last question.
Orlando again, thank you to the panel for all the information you guys have given us. It's been extremely helpful for me. As a new entrepreneur that's going into the bidding for government contracts and state contracts, you mentioned subcontracting. Can you give me a little bit more information of how to be able to participate in that?
Yeah, the best way to do it in our experience is to figure out who has the contract and then go to them and say, look, this is what we can offer you. And a lot of times you can go, okay, there's a contract up for bid. I don't have the skills to do that, and from a prime level, so let's monitor who gets it, what the deadlines are, who are the competitors in the field that you think might be bidding on that, and just approach them, just approach them. If I could say one thing, I'm sorry, I know we're out of time. Everybody has a problem staffing, we talked about that, right? I just want to kind of reemphasize that 200,000 people get out of the military every single year. 200,000, probably 150 or 120,000 spouses. Many of the people that transition out are those skilled plumbers, electricians, and whatnot. If you connect with your transition assistance point at those military bases, they will take those job announcements and they will announce it, especially to the senior staff that is getting out. And another thing, after hearing, the next thing goes memory, right? There is a program, and if you want to know what it is, contact me because I forgot what it's called, through all the tabs. And that is, you can sign up as a company that wants to hire people. When people get out of the military, even before they get out, they can apply to the local commander, and it's very encouraged that it's approved, that they can work for the companies that are on the list for 6 months, getting their military pay, okay, before they get out. That's a great time to figure out if they're a good fit for you. You don't have to provide benefits, you don't have to provide pay, and now you have free staff.
Yeah, Margaret, is
Which is
that
wonderful.
SkillBridge?
SkillBridge, I'm sorry, thank you. I knew I could rely on my SkillBridge.
To caveat on your question, Ms. Ander, can you let him know about Cal eProcure and the subcontracting opportunities you can get when you go and look under the RFP?
Unfortunately, you are right. There is no way to see who's a plant holder in Cali Procure. That's something that's been identified for some time now. And we're working on to see how subcontractors can get access to the prime. So Cali Procure at this time does not include the subcontractor. So if you are a subcontractor, it's not a place where you go and get to see them. Am I correct?
Yeah, with DGS, yeah, but really quick, just 2 seconds. Caltrans, I did work for Caltrans for 17 years, so they do have a contractor's corner where you can kind of put your information on there, so the primes know, hey, this small business is interested in doing business, this is what service they can provide, and they have that opportunity. So contractor's corner is a big piece with Caltrans for you to provide information for prime contractors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for attending. I'd like to give a round of applause to our panel. We definitely appreciate the plethora of information that you provided, and we look forward, and hopefully I can speak to our veteran-owned businesses to expand in our businesses with our new learned partnerships. My name is Clement Johnson. My company is ClemNet. We are a managed services operational technology networking company. And that concludes our piece.
Thank you.
You can handle that.
Can I give you my card? Because SoCal was where.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So you've got a booth outside?
Yeah, well, not outside, but before the doors, when you go outside.
Before the doors.
Yeah, I'm inside.
I'll stop by.
Okay,
thank you.
Really?
So I'm
Yes, absolutely.
Keep that in mind.
It's
And my team. And I'm a good job.
Some don't. Okay. Oh, okay.
So if you already have
thing around everywhere. I gotta go find.
However, any class that any virtual events, anywhere in the country.
let me know when, you ready? Hey, everybody, welcome to the Veteran Summit here in beautiful Moreno Valley. It's a little hot outside, but I'm Penny with Patriots and Paws, and we provide home furnishings to any veteran, active duty, and reservist throughout Southern California. So if you are in need of items for your home, you want to reach out to us. The email address is veteran@patriotsandpaws.org. If you have any other questions, you can go to our website, patriotsandpaws.org, and reach out to us and let us know how we can serve our veterans, active duty, and reservists better. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Like tap right there. Yes.
Mic check, mic check.
He's turning his off, he's gonna use ours.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, for your listening pleasure, the hottest, baddest band in the land, the 1st Marine Division band out of Camp Pendleton.
Defend our nation at all costs. We stand united. No one can tread on us.
Thank you. We are, as once again, we are Old George, and we are super excited to be part of this summit. We got so many more tunes to share with you guys, so here we go. Thank you. Do you have any Britney Spears fans out here? What? We got a little twist on this one. All right, holding up our rhythm section back here, we got Lance Boateng on bass, and we have Corporal Strader on drum kit. I'm so into you, I can barely breathe. And all I wanna do is to fall in deep. But close ain't close enough till we cross the line. Yeah. So name a game to play when we put it down. Oh baby, look what you started. The temperature's rising and here's this gonna happen. Been waiting and waiting for you to make a move. Before I make a move. So baby, come light me up, and baby, I'll let you want it. A little bit dangerous, but baby, that's how I want it. A little less conversation, and a little more time about it. 'Cause I'm so into you. I'm so into you. This could take some time. Too many say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right to play the way you're feeling. Now listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering of what you had, and what you lost, and what you had, and what you lost. Take it on the other side. Take it on the other side. Take it on. Take it on. How long will us not separate our lives? I don't believe it's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams. And have you any dreams you'd like to share? Dreams of loneliness. Just like the wide window sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh. Just like the wide window sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh. And suddenly there was no one left standing in the hall. Yeah. Fire in my lungs, can't find the devil on my tongue, you know. Just like the wine window sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh. Just like the wine window sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, baby, ooh, say ooh. Thank you, thank you. Take a seat, right over there, stand on the stairs, stay or leave. The cabinet to bear, and I'm unaware just how we got into this mess. Got to address it. I know we had all the intentions, so pull me closer. Why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over? I can just let you go. Why you just leave me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just leave me in the middle? In the middle. Oh baby, why the kitchen floors are wet, and taxes are gone, and dishes are broken. How did we get into this mess? It's so aggressive. I know we meant all intentions. So pull me closer, why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over? I guess let you go. Looking at you, I can't lie, just hold me. Regardless of my objection, and it's not about my pride. I need you on my skin, 'cause I'm only injured. Say, why don't you just leave me alone, Vito? I'm losing my mind, just a Vito. So why don't you just leave me alone, Vito? Yeah, alone, Vito. All right, guys, one more, drop this, go. Once again, it was Corporal Schrader on that drum kit solo. All right. My favorite one. I told my life.
that was left behind in the ladies' restroom. If anyone has found a phone, please turn it in at that front desk when you first come in to the Civic Center. Thank you.
All right, let's go.
Thank you. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of us know this next one, so if you want to sing along.
We don't know the song, so sing along.
After the plane at LAX, dreaming of clocking. Welcome to the land of MXX, and I'm gonna fit in. After the cafe, and for the first time, look to the right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is running and I'm thinking I'm homesick. I'm pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the taxi man to the radio and a Jay-Z song's on. And a Jay-Z song's on. And a Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, play my song, butterflies fly away. Nodding in my head like yeah, moving in my hips like yeah. Put my hands up, play my song, don't wanna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like,
wish I was a little bit tall. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a rabbit in a hat, in a bat, in a 6'4" collar. Because of a hit, I call the brother and say, hello, let's get this game on. I wish I was 6'9", but I'm not, and like that's totally fine. Because I love this life of mine. Veterans Business Owner, thank you for having us. Put your hands in the air, in the air, in the air, in the air. Let's go.
It's a party in the USA.
If anyone did not.
Thank you.
If you didn't get a chance to eat, if the vendor left before you were able to purchase your meal, we do have a few sandwiches up here that we can share with our exhibitors and vendors. So please come up and see Albert. He will take care of you if you'd like to have a sandwich for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, everybody, for letting us have this opportunity to share music with you. And we want to dedicate this song to you. We're always here for you. The Marines are always here for you. So.
Don't you
We got one more song for you guys, and once again, thank you so much for having us here. It's really been a blast. Cause every time that he goes, he pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. Oh, maybe I should stop and start confessing. Oh, I've been shaking, I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibition, baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Ridiculous, not a vision, baby, there's nothing holding me back. Oh, there's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me.
Says that she's never afraid to picture everybody naked. She doesn't really like to wait, not really into hesitation.
She pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. Oh, maybe I should stop and start confessing. Confessing, oh, I've been shaking, I love it when you go crazy and take all my inhibition. Baby, there's nothing holding me back.
You take me places that tear up my reputation. You know my decision.
Baby, there's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me.
We took it way too far. I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright.
On my side, we stumbled in the dark. I know we'll be alright. I know we
would be alright.
we lost our minds, we took it way too far. I know we'll be alright. No, we would be alright. You were on my side, we stumbled in the dark. I know we'll be alright. No, we would be alright. Oh, I've been shaking, I love it when you go crazy and take all my inhibitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Manipulate my decision. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. There's nothing holding me. I feel so free when you're with me, baby.
There's nothing holding me back. Thank you, Veteran and Business Affair.
That, friends, was the 1st Marine Division Band out of Camp Pendleton. Yes, told you they were the hottest rocking band in town. It was kind of a funny interlude I had with the lead vocalist. If you remember earlier, I had called her Lindsay Wagner. She had no idea who Lindsay Wagner was. This is Miss Casey Wagner, the lead vocalist, who had no idea who Lindsay Wagner was. Said she wasn't even old enough when the Bionic Woman came out. As soon as the stage is reset, we'll begin the final portion of our program. And we also have a small green pouch that was left in the corridor. So if this belongs to anyone, make sure to go out to that front desk where I will turn it in and pick it up.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. And thank you for those choice of words. If the audio technician for the Civic Center is in the room, please report to the front stage. Audio tech for the Moreno Valley Civic Center to the front of the
Yep, upper right. That one, yep.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
All right, we're good to go. Do it.
Oh no, that's
Yeah, no, that's ours. It does look like it.
Friends, we invite you to join us in the main room for the second portion of our program.
So I was like, wow.
We invite you to take your seats, wrap up your conversations at the exhibitor table. We are about ready to begin again. Right up front, in front of our display table, are the awards, the Skin in the Game Awards. They've just presented it to one of our speakers, Mr. Leon Robert, and for Vista Del Lago High School. Take a picture, there you go. Mr. Robert Manuel and the students in the ROTC from Vista Del Lago High School here in Moreno Valley. So if you're a student at Vista Del Lago, this is a great time to take a picture to use for career development down the line. While they're doing that, I'd just like to say thank you to USMilcom Inc. of Santa Ana, posted right up front. They provided the lunches for the band, for the students, for the ROTC, and we appreciate you so much. They are a leader in providing voice, video, and data networks and support to our military. And they are supportive of veteran-owned business because that's what they are. Veteran-owned business successful through contracting and providing for government and public entities. And while you're at his table, take a look at Vivitech and their equipment. They have a camera out at John Wayne Airport that can cover 1.5 miles. So if you're a business owner or an agency that's looking at cameras and security, they have some wonderful equipment and they are ready to partner with anyone to have more security at your facilities. In 2 minutes, we will begin the afternoon program, so I encourage you to make your way to your seats, get comfortable, because you're going to meet some very important people right now. Oh my goodness, did everyone just hear that? Listen for a second, listen. Oh my goodness, did you hear that? Those are the conversations that are winding down so that we can start our program. Thank you so much, thank you, thank you. As we begin our afternoon program, we want to express our appreciation to the City of Moreno Valley for providing this building for us to hold our exhibition, our business summit. Let's give the City of Moreno Valley a round of applause. And again, friends, at the tables, the exhibitors and those guests at the tables, I am asking that you please wind your conversations down. We would like to begin. Thank you, friends, for your cooperation. I do appreciate it. One of the things we've been able to do today is reach out to young people, those who are looking forward to creating a successful future, and those young people that are already involved in that first 50 years of their career. 50 years ago when we speak of it. And again, please, friends, if you don't mind, all our exhibitors, the guests at the tables, I do need you to hold those conversations down. And actually now I need you to end them. At ease. Oh, no. Attention. Our next two speakers come to us from the Small Business Administration. The first is the lead economic development specialist for the Orange County Inland Empire Office, Mr. Godfrey Hines. Mr. Hines leads a team that develops initiatives to help businesses who use SBA services to further their growth and business success. He comes to the Small Business Administration from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, where he worked on development projects in Arizona, Florida, Texas, Georgia, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So please welcome, he will also have the honor of introducing his boss in the SBA. Please welcome the lead economic development specialist for Orange County Inland Empire, Mr. Godfrey Hines.
Good. Good afternoon. It's good to be out again in public, to see so many wonderful faces and meet so many nice people. I am the lead economic development specialist at the SBA's office in Orange County, but we also serve here in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. Now, I'm here on behalf of my boss, my immediate supervisor, Mr. Alberto Quijada. He sends his apologies and regrets that he couldn't be here with us this afternoon, but in lieu of him, you're getting the best. Okay, here at the SBA in our local office, it's called our field office, and oftentimes people ask, what is the SBA? What does the SBA do? Well, if small businesses are the lifeline of our economy, if they create millions and millions of jobs and opportunities, and if the small businesses are the lifeline, what does it make us? The doctor, right? So we're here to assist small businesses with services, not just loans, but services that they may need just to start a business, expand your business, and lastly, if you're thinking about exporting to foreign countries. We also have a division that deals with contracting and certifications. And most of you in the room may know that the US government is the largest purchaser of services in the world, not just here in California. And you may also know that if California was its own economy, it would be the 5th largest economy in the world. So there's tremendous potential here for businesses, for business development, for business growth, and for opportunities. And I'm excited to be here, not just on behalf of the SBA, but I also happen to be a veteran. So being here is like being home among family. As veterans, we will always be family, and we're here to take care of each other. Now, the SBA has a wide variety of programs and services. You may wonder, what can we do for you as a small business owner or a potential entrepreneur? Now, I must confess, we are the federal government and resources are limited, so we can't do it all by ourselves. You know, we can assist you by guaranteeing loans from a lender, reducing the risk to that lender, makes it more favorable for you to secure that access to capital. But we also have partner agencies. We have our Small Business Development Center that provides guidance to you through consultants, one-on-one, that can cater to your business, provide services from developing your business plan, accounting, bookkeeping if that's necessary, marketing, provide all types of digital advice if you need that. And I think the greatest thing of all about the SBDC, which is our Small Business Development Center, it's free. So as a new entrepreneur or an existing entrepreneur looking to advance in this economy, grow your business, we have services for you. There's also our Veterans Business Development Center, which is here today. I think I saw Tracy somewhere. They also provide direct services to you, consulting, referrals, getting you on the path to success. And we have a Women's Business Center also. We have one in Orange County, one in the Inland Empire, but our Women's Business Center does not only serve women. It also, if you're a male and you drop in, they'll accept you. They'll be glad to have you and provide the same level and quality of professional service. And not to forget about SCORE. SCORE is an organization of volunteer entrepreneurs that are there to serve you. They serve as mentors, and most of them are either in business or have retired, and they can provide that guidance that you may need or the services that you may need when you're having not just difficult times with your business, but when you're successful and looking to expand or increase your productivity or your cash flow or whatever. So the SBA, with its partners, we provide a complete service, from loans to consulting to mentorship. We can help you with your business from inception all the way through to expanding. And sometimes it may not be a good thing to hear, but you know, if you, for any reason, may have to leave that business behind, there's also services to help you do that gracefully. So hopefully by the end of the day, everyone in this room, your relatives, your neighbors, and your best friends, and your old school buddies will know about the SBA. If you don't already know about the SBA, you need to make it your business to know that we do exist. And we have these great programs and services that we can provide to you. Now, several in the audience may have heard about us over the past 2 years. COVID-19, the EIDL program, which is the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, your payroll protection program. Yes, they were administered by us, but it wasn't in the best circumstances. We would have rather made you a loan through a bank and guaranteed that loan, but we know that COVID-19 has a drastic impact on not just us as an agency, but your businesses, on entrepreneurs and your ability to start a business and to thrive and be successful during that period of time. Now, it has been said that COVID-19 is behind us, and I'm grateful if it is true, but the SBA is here to stay. We're with you 24 hours a day. Well, some do work 24 hours, I don't. 7 days a week, 364 days a year. Wait a minute, there are 365 days, right? Well, we have to take a break at some point to get rejuvenated so we can come back and give you the best possible customer service. So we're here every day of the year, not just in COVID, not when there's a disaster, not only when you need. We are here to serve you, to assist you, and to guide you in the process of entrepreneurship. Starting your business is important to us. Growing your business is important to us. Exporting and expanding that business is important to us. Small businesses are the lifeline of our communities. In California, 95% of our businesses are self-owned, single employee. So it does make up a vast part to the economy of California. Over 4 million small businesses, okay? And lately what we're looking at is investing in community partnerships. We have many ventures out there to make sure that we can reach our traditionally underserved communities. Now that's a technical term, but really what it means is that those groups of individuals that usually wouldn't have the same access to capital, financial services, and credit. We're talking about African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, natural Hawaiian, and Native Americans. So there's a bunch of programs that are coming out to promote our programs in the community and educate our business owners, educate our entrepreneurs, about the opportunities that are available, about the services that are available, and hopefully at the end of the day, you can be a successful entrepreneur. We want every business owner to be successful. 90% of it is not in our control. It's in your control. So if you know about these services, if you know about these programs, the only other thing I can say is up to you to capitalize on these programs and services, especially when most of it is free or almost free. Okay? As entrepreneurs, you have to take ownership in your business, find those avenues where you can receive either guidance or financing and capitalize on those opportunities. We would love to come to each and every community and teach each and every business owner about these programs and hopefully guide you on the path to success, but we don't have enough resources, we don't have enough time. So as owners, possible owners, it's up to you. Invest in your business, be motivated, be excited about your business, and do what it takes to make your business a success. Success is up to you. It is not in anyone else's control. And a lot of times we think about, oh, the government didn't do this for me. The government didn't do that for me. We can only do so much. The owners are you. The success is yours. The benefits are yours to have. So why not take a chance on investing in yourself, in your businesses, knowing that the SBA is here to provide any kind of guidance, any kind of services that you may need. Budgeting, marketing plans, accounting. Well, through the SBDC, you can receive legal advice, accounting assistance, marketing assistance. What else would you need to make your business successful? What else? Nothing. We have all the tools. You just need to come and rent them, use them, and make them useful for you. Well, once again, I wanted to thank you for having me here this afternoon, and referring back to my supervisor, Mr. Alberto Quijada. If you haven't met him, you probably need to do at some point in the future. A great supervisor, a great leader. I'm not just saying that because he's not here, but it's true, okay? For those who know him, you can attest to the fact we invest in our communities. We take pride in providing service to our communities. And being here in Moreno Valley today is exciting because we're back at the offices, we're back in our communities, we're back to the leadership that has built these programs in these communities. And we wanted to remind you that we're here for you and we're here to serve you. We have a team in Santa Ana, about 14 of us. Sometimes it feels like we're 25. We're everywhere. And I'm excited to be here, excited to be back at the office and getting back to work. Well, while I'm a representative of the SBA, I represent the local office here in Orange County. The next speaker I'm going to introduce to you, he represents veterans at our national level. And as you should know, veterans are important to our communities wherever you may be. We do provide specific training for veterans through our Veterans Business Development Office, Boots to Business for in-service military, and reboots for those family members or those veterans who've already departed service. Now, the gentleman I'm about to introduce to you, he's also a veteran. Over 30 years of military service. He's an example of success, hard work, and determination. Now, anyone who is or has been in the military, you should know that starting as an enlisted in the military, rising to the ranks of colonel takes hard work, takes determination, but it also takes patience because things really happen when they're supposed to happen. And Mr. Stubberfield is not just our Associate Administrator for Veterans Development Business Office, he's a leader. He leads a great team of professionals catering to the needs of our veteran community and their relatives, educational programs, services that you may need as a veteran community. And coming from the Army, I'm proud to say that I'm also an Army vet, so makes us a little Army team here. So Mr. Stubblefield has a master's degree in business administration. He's a volunteer. I think they're called the ones from Tennessee, right? I got it right. I'm a Seminole, so anyone know what's a Seminole? Florida State. Oh, you're a USC. I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong place. So we can just hatch you guys from USC, all right? So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to introduce our leader from Washington headquarters, Mr. Stubberfield. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that really kind and wonderful introduction. Our administrator, she told me to be sure to wish all of you the best, here for the summit. Where's Albert at? I want to say something to him here. Here he is, right here. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I know last year I tried to get here. We had a few hiccups, but I'm really excited and happy to be here. And I just want to congratulate you, Al, on 11 years of connecting veteran and small business owners with private, county, state, and federal organizations. It's events like this, like you'll often hear us at SBA talk about entrepreneurship is not a solo act. It's about connecting. And it's events like this and the passion that you put into this, Al, that helps veterans connect with the resources and education that they need to be successful. So let's all give Al a hand. I had quite a few people back in DC. I got on the plane yesterday, wanted me to tell you hi to folks like Mark Goldsmith, Ray Milano and others. So what you're doing is recognized, back in our nation's capital, and we thank you very much for that. So we just heard about veterans and, and being successful and so forth. So, in the headquarters, we talk about the skills that veterans possess that make you all successful entrepreneurs. So just think about it. Veterans are mission focused, flexible, resilient, persistent, ethical, reliable, critical thinkers, and problem solvers, not to mention the fact that they place a high value on relationships and have exceptional team management skills. So I'm very proud to tell all of you here today that the state of veteran entrepreneurship is strong. Yep, we took a hiccup, or we took some blows, I should say, during the pandemic, which, all small businesses did as well. But to date, as we speak here today, there are nearly 2 million veteran-owned small businesses in the United States with a combined annual sales of $1 trillion and employ approximately 5 million workers. And we all know that veterans hire veterans, which is another good thing. So according to our SBA's Office of Advocacy, 40% of veteran-owned firms are in construction, retail, and professional, scientific, and technical services. And while over 90% of veteran businesses are male-owned, nearly 15% of millennial veteran entrepreneurs are women, compared to 5% of older generations. This month, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize the contributions, cultures, and histories of the American Latino community, including the contributions of our Hispanic veterans, 9% of whom are self-employed. In addition, 13.2% of millennial veteran entrepreneurs are Hispanic, compared to 4.6% of older veteran entrepreneurs. We honor and celebrate the contributions of our nation's Hispanic community, especially those of our Hispanic veterans who have served our country and now are serving our communities with their small businesses. Just as veterans served our country in uniform, they continue to serve our country as business owners, and it's our duty at SBA to support them on their next mission. So you just heard a little bit about my office. So in the Office of Veterans Business Development, or we call ourselves OVBD for short, we work hard each and every day to maximize the availability of resources and programs for transitioning service members, and the program we have for transitioning service members leaving the military is our Boots to Business program. But we also work with veterans from any era, National Guard, Reserve members, and military spouses. And our vision in OVBD, and it goes along with the 100-year vision, is to create the next generation of veteran small business owners. Our key priorities include empowering veteran entrepreneurs with resources on access to capital, and this is kind of like the number one issue that we see that veteran business owners face. And I think if we were to go around the room and just look at, who's a veteran here. How many people, and I'm not asking anyone to raise their hands, but how many people settled in the town that they left, to join the military? And most of the time, it's like about 80% of the time, the veteran doesn't go back to his or her own hometown. And that creates issues, if you will, in terms of having those social connections, that lead to better access to capital and other resources. So this is a high focus area for us. Government contracting, whether it's local, state, or federal contracting, and I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the Center for Verification and Evaluation. Disaster assistance and entrepreneurial training. And you've just heard about the available resources that we have through our resource partners, our SBDCs, Women Business Centers, SCORE, and of course our Veteran Business Outreach Centers. So what I wanted to do here real quickly is just talk about 3 top projects that are on our administrators' radar. And the first one here, I just mentioned the Center for Verification and Evaluation. So the FY 2021 National Defense Authorization Act mandated that the Center for Verification and Evaluation, that's currently at VA, move to SBA. And so a couple of things are going to happen when this occurs. And by the way, we have to get this done by 1 January 2023. For the first time ever, all certification programs will be at SBA. So now we're talking about 8A, HubZone, the Women-Owned Small Business Program, and then the Service Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business Program. And so what we're doing right now is we're putting in place the regulation that's going to govern the CVE program. We haven't named it yet, so I'll continue to refer to it as CVE. But we're putting in place the regulation that's going to govern the program, and then we're looking for reciprocity between the programs. In other words, if you're a woman-owned small business owner, veteran small business owner, and you want to apply for your WASB certification, we're creating a system now that will allow the veteran business owner to go in, apply for the WASB certification, and then at the same time have the ability to say, I would like to have my SDVOSB certification as well, because one of the issues that we've heard over the years is that when business owners, veteran business owners are applying for programs, they're supplying the same documents. They're going to the person's sitting right next to the person you had talked to before. When you were applying for HubZone, now you're applying for the Women-Owned Small Business Program, the same documentation. We're going to do away with that, and we're creating a program. It's going to be called My SBA. So in other words, like right now at SBA, we have numerous programs, but there's all different kind of ways to access those programs. We're working right now really hard to stand this up by 2024, the summer of 2024, to have a single portal entry to be able to go in and access all of our programs, and then have those programs actually operating with each other, like I said, in greater reciprocity. Just think in terms of the example I like to give is Google. You can go into Google and you can navigate the system. You can find anything you want in relationship to Google, what they offer. We're going to do the same thing at SBA. So that's the first thing with the CVE. And then the second one is self-certification. We have heard for years from the veteran community that self-certification is a problem. We've all heard of stolen valor, rent-a-vet, millions of dollars going to companies that are not veteran-owned. With moving the CVE over to SBA, we're going to do away with self-certification. Now, it's not going to be like on 1 January 2023, because the law did allow for a grace period. You'll be able to still compete for contracts from 1 January 2023 to 1 January 2024 under your self-certification status, but after 1 January 2024, to compete and win a sole source or set aside contract in the federal government, you'll have to be certified. And then for those of you who have gone through the VA process, our Administrator Guzman, she is an entrepreneur herself. Her father was a small business owner. She comes from California, that, as you heard, the 5th largest economy in the world. And she challenges all of us to be as entrepreneurial as you business owners are. And in other words, we're going to create a system that's going to be a little less, it's going to be a lighter review in terms of getting your certification. So for all of those, I see a few people clapping. For all of you who responded to the public comment period on what you wanted to see in the system, thank you very much for that input, and we are definitely acting on the input. The second focus area is on our veteran business outreach centers. So we have 22 veteran business outreach centers located all around the country. They cover all 50 states, all U.S. territories, and so forth. In fiscal year 23, we're going to expand the VBOC program from 22 VBOCs to 34. So we're adding 12 additional VBOCs. And for those of you here in California, the great state of California, we currently have a veteran business outreach center in Northern California. We have one in Southern California. We're going to have a new VBOC in California covering Central California. This is a very large state, a huge military population, a lot of installations, a lot of boots to business classes. And so we're going to have an additional VBOC in California, and the other places where we're going to have a VBOC to include, let me see if I can remember off the top of my head. We're going to have our first VBOC ever in Alaska. We're putting one in Nevada. Colorado is another large state where they currently get their support from New Mexico. So we're going to have one there. They have 5 military installations to include the Air Force Academy. We're putting one in Kentucky. We're going to have one in Ohio. Pennsylvania is a large state that currently gets their support from Maryland. So we're going to have a veteran business outreach center in Pennsylvania. We're going to have one in Nebraska. We're going to have one in Oklahoma, and a second one in Florida. And then finally, we're going to have a veteran business outreach center in Puerto Rico. So we're very, very excited about the expansion of the program. And again, this is members on the Hill providing money to our administrator. Our administrator is very focused on veterans. She had a limited amount of additional funding that Congress gave her, and she allocated that money up front to say, I want to expand the VBOC program. VBOC program is very, very popular. We hear from members on the Hill all the time, want to know how can they get a VBOC in their state. The simple answer, and I can't give it to them, is because it'd probably be disrespectful, but you're the legislators, give us the money and we'll put the VBOC in your state. So, but anyway, the VBOC program is expanding. And then the last thing I want to talk about here real quickly, and that's National Veteran Small Business Week. So the National Veteran Small Business Week this year will occur from the 31st of October through the 4th of November. This will be our 8th National Veteran Small Business Week. It's led by our great district offices. We have 68 district offices all around the country. But National Veteran Small Business Week is a national event, and it's a twofold purpose for National Veteran Small Business Week. Number one, we want to highlight in communities around the country the important work that veteran business owners are doing in their communities. We want to highlight those business owners and the wealth and things and jobs creation and things of that nature that they do in their communities. And then number two, we want to honor those business owners and then let them know about SBA resources that are available to help them, grow, expand their business, or in the event of a declared natural disaster, we step in and help them, get their businesses stood back up. So again, I'm very, very happy to be here. It is always a good thing to get out of DC and come out where the rubber meets the road, and that's where all of you are. And so again, to Al and all of you here responsible for this summit, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. I'm going to be here all the way to the end. And I know a number of you have wanted to, just kind of like have sidebar conversations. If it goes past 4 and I have to be here a little bit longer, I will be here. Love being here with all of you. So thank you very much.
Wow. When you think about the leadership at the SBA, isn't it very rewarding to know that it's not just an entity that sits out there using money, tax dollars that you've paid? They are focused on getting that money back into your businesses for your success. And one of the things that Larry mentioned, excuse me, I started working with the veteran and small business community back in 2015. In fact, my partner right there, Tracy Lawrence with High Surety and Insurance Services, that's what we did. We made presentations to small businesses to make sure that their bonding was in place so that they could qualify for their various contract opportunities. The problem they always mentioned was that they would apply this place for this certification. Then they had to go somewhere else and apply something over here for another certification. Then they had to go to another agency and apply for their certification. What Mr. Stubblefield mentioned is a game changer. Now, pretty soon, you will be able to go to one clearinghouse to make sure that your paperwork gets moved out to the various certification agencies and will save you a lot of time and headache. So thank you, Larry, for that improvement and for listening to us and making sure that those things are implemented. So again, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Larry Stubblefield and Mr. Godfrey Hines from the Small Business Administration. Now, we've been talking about how this 100-year plan, how not only have we lived that first 50 years, and now we're ready to help those behind us for their next 50 years. Now, the reason that's kind of close to my heart, just this Saturday, I celebrated my 50th high school reunion, right? Centennial High School in Compton, the Apaches, 50 years. And listening to the expressions today reminds me again of the responsibility that we have to feed in to the young people. Those young people you saw here today will be running our cities, they will be managing our departments, they will be managing our agencies, running our lives by the time I'm up there, So think about it. Everything you can do for the next 50 years to make things better for that generation behind us, that's what really matters. 100 years from now, it's not going to matter about that car you drove, that house you had, the money you had in the bank. What's going to matter is how many people did you have an impact for? How many people have a better life because you were here? And not only here in life, but here in this room at our business summit. So thank you once again for being here. We really appreciate you so much. Now, thank you. Now is the time that we're going to be breaking into the Alessandro room right outside the door to your right. The first portion of the program, the first 15 minutes, will be Mr. Wayne Gross going over some of the information on qualifying and updating your Cal e-Procure profile to make sure that all the information is correct so when they look for your business, they can find you. After Wayne Gross, we will have the main panel of the day, the resources panel. If you're ready to do business with local agencies, the City of San Diego, the County of San Diego, the college systems, if you're ready to start really making that money, get to that panel, ask your questions, and be ready to get started, hitting the ground running, making the money you need to have a successful business. So friends, thank you for being with us. The program is not over, but the main portion of our agenda has been accomplished. Let's work that 100-year plan, let's make lots of money, and let's have a wonderful life. Thank you for being here. And again, we do have a few sandwiches and chips and things like that up front. If you're still hungry, we got you covered.
As a mom raising a teenager, I'm already concerned about my kid on the internet. And now Prop 27 would turn every cell phone into a gambling device, exposing millions of kids to online sports gambling. Please join moms across California. No on 27.
Fitcher is the only fitness mirror powered by motion engine technology that automatically counts your reps, tracks your progress, and provides real-time feedback to help correct your form.
you log in and you have what they call a page. What is the difference between the two? Your California profile has keywords and classification codes that buyers, competition can look at. The notifications page is where you get you get notified for solicitations. The only way that you get it, I know, raise your hand if you haven't gotten my material. There's two of you, okay. Anyway, so I was supposed to do a PowerPoint presentation, and our illustrious Al Rentarius said, we're not doing it. So, you know, this is plan B. I come with a backup. Okay, so this isn't brain surgery. Okay, so, but we have this expression, it's called KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And that's my mantra, is to make this as simple and painless as possible. So, these are the instructions, but the reason I'm giving you those is because on Thursday, on Thursday at 1 o'clock, I'm giving you my my business card with my email on it. Okay, you are all going to email me before tomorrow morning, and I'm going to send you an invite. It's a Teams meeting where I talk about this. I also talk about a thing called Skippers, which is our state contracts, completed contracts. I talk about California Multiple Award Schedule, which is our version of the General Services Administration. I talk about emergency registry, and I talk about our reciprocity partners. Those are agencies throughout the state that honor the small business and or DVBE certification. And this guy right here is one of the most active reciprocity partners. He represents San Diego County. So if you want to do business with San Diego County, he accepts your small business and DVB certifications. So again, you have my email address. Email me today, and all you have to put in the subject line is training. That's my cue to send you a link Thursday at 1 o'clock. And I promise I will change your life. Not too many people can say that, right? Yeah, that, huh? Yes. You know, I can lead you to the water. I can't make you drink it. Okay? But, here we go, sir. Yes. So again, one more time, 1 o'clock on Thursday. Send me an email. You have my business card, and just put in the subject line training, and I will send you the link. It's a Teams meeting, and it's a guaranteed PowerPoint presentation that I do, and I will give you a copy. I will send you a copy of that. I don't have to send you the instructions because you all have in hand what the instructions are in how to update your two profiles. The California profile, which has your username or your password to get in, and then you show us your keywords and password. And then you've got, here you go, sir, your notifications, and that's where you put in your UNSPSC codes, United Nations Specialty Products codes, versus the NAICS codes, the North America Industry Classification System, the Feds codes, and I don't swear at you using the F word, okay? I use the S word, state contracts. And so it is now time for me to pass the baton over to the lovely.
He used every minute of that.
And it was only 6 minutes of it, huh?
I would, that's
Aren't you
impressive.
impressed? Anyway, everyone has my information. Did you get my information? No, you didn't. See, I knew there was one.
Thursday at 1 o'clock.
Huh? Oh, tomorrow at 2.
The 2 p.m. is the webinar, but the Temecula upcoming workshops.
Oh my God! And those ones, yes. The Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center is a sponsor. We sponsor them, And starting in January, from January, February, March, April, May, and June, we are doing the set of 3 workshops. How to do business with the state, which would be January and April. And then I'm certified now what, which would be February and May. And then government contracts would be March and June. And hopefully I'll be the one doing them in person, okay? It's all free. And for those people who don't know me, I've been doing this for 14 years. I walk the walk and I talk the talk, okay? And I guarantee my life that that question, that burning question that you have, will not be during my work hours of Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. You'll be watching Dancing with the Stars now at 5 o'clock Pacific time, right, on Monday nights, and you'll be there with your partner, and that question will come up. You have my information. Email me, call me, whatever. This thing doesn't shut off until 9:30 when I go to bed, okay? And so I'll text you, I'll respond to your email, whatever, okay? And I may give you the answer you're looking for, or say, this is too involved, let's talk tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, that kind of thing, okay? So without further ado, I will give it. Let me get my turn now, because I'm part of this.
Thank you, Wayne. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to our session this afternoon. I appreciate you all for showing up to this awesome session with these great resource partners that are going to give you a lot of information that's available to you as business owners, as entrepreneurs. So I'm going to encourage you, I'm going to give everybody the opportunity to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to open it up to you. Ask your questions. This is your opportunity to get the answers from the resource partners that are here. We got the county, we have the state, we have MWD, SBA, the PTACs. Everybody's here to assist you to achieve the goals you want to achieve for your business. So I'm going to open it up for Q&A once we do the introductions. And I encourage you, like I said, don't be shy. Please ask your question. This is the opportunity you're going to get with them up here. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick intro for everybody, and then I'm going to give them each their 36-second elevator pitch so they can tell you a little bit about themselves. And if not, I'm going to be reading continuously these paragraphs. It's better off hearing it from them directly. So I'm going to start here and go all the way down. So to my immediate right, we have Ms. Tanya Counts with the San Diego Imperial Orange County PTAC. We got Ms. Susie Myers with the Riverside Community College District PTAC. We got Mr. Wayne Gross. You guys heard him a minute ago. He did go over. With the State of California Department of General Services. Jack Pellegrino with the County of San Diego. Rick Duarte with Metropolitan Water District, MWD, and Ms. Gloria Gomez with the SBA. So you have a lot of different resources and partners up here that are here to help you, to guide you. I myself am Carla Gonzalez. I have worked with the Inland Empire SBDC, which is a federally funded resource partner of the SBA. So we help out of our offices if you're needing assistance, business plans, projections, general startup, financing, contracting, certifications, you name it. We are a free resource. I will repeat, we are a free resource. We like the word free in these events. We are completely free. We don't cap you on hours. We're not commission-based. We are truly a free resource to you. And I'm not the only one. There's some up here as well, too. So I encourage you to please use us. We are here to help your business succeed, help it grow, help it get to the next level. So with that, I'm going to go down the line again. I'm going to have each of them tell you a little bit about their organizations. And I'll go ahead and start off with Tanya.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Tanya Counts, and I am a senior procurement advisor with PTAC. We cover the San Diego, Orange, and Imperial counties. And if you don't know what PTAC is, we are the Procurement Technical Assistance Center. Our mission is to help businesses learn how to do government contracting. So some of the resources that we offer to you, and all of our resources are free of charge. We can assist you with marketing. If you're just trying to figure out, well, how do I market my business to the government? We can assist you with that, as well as even doing some market research for you to help you figure out which specific agencies might procure the services and our products that you provide. We have a whole list of free webinars that we teach. If you're interested in that, I do have these flyers up here with our upcoming webinars. You can take one of these. All you have to do is simply go online and register. You can attend any of them for free. We also do individual counseling sessions. If you have some specific questions about your business or government contracting, just sign up to be a client. We can schedule the one-on-one counseling sessions with you. And so that's, you know, basically what we do, and our resources are all free. We can help you locate opportunities. So please take advantage.
Perfect. Thank you, Tanya. Susie.
Ditto, except I'm with the Riverside Community College District, PTAC, and we are assigned our geographic areas by the Department of Defense. So I cover Riverside and San Bernardino County. There are 94 PTACs around the country, and I encourage you to attend webinars at any of them, which is really something that wasn't as readily available before the pandemic. Then you would schedule one-on-one if you're interested with your local PTAC, or we can direct you to your local PTAC. And that's just because that's how they do it. But there are some places where you'll see it's not regional, it is statewide PTACs. So it just depends on the area. The other thing is that, and I sent Carla a little bio. I had to write one, right? So I just want you to know, I knit, I bake cookies, and read, hike, just so, oh, and I like my kids, but you know, one of them is furry. So anyway, so I figured, you know what, let you know who I am. A lot of my clients know who I am, but I just thought that part was funny. Previous to working at the PTAC, which I didn't know what it was, most people don't know what PTAC is, I was a buyer for both San Bernardino and Riverside counties. So I understood purchasing on the local level. Previous to that, I was in private, and I was procurement manager and like operations manager. So I have some understanding. And so what you can do is you can go to our website, you can sign up for any webinar. If you're interested in a one-on-one meeting, you just complete the sign up. I hope that's not my phone. Yep. And then schedule a one-on-one meeting. You'll get a link and you can schedule whether it's in person, sorry for the phone, in person or virtual. And that's it. And we're located downtown at 3801 across the street from the SBDC. And I thought my phone was off because it's never on, only now.
Of course.
It doesn't, I never put the ringer on. Night, day, it doesn't matter, the ringer's off, but except, you know, it's whatever. So, yeah, so just let us know what you need. We can help you with any area of government contracting. So that's really where we pick up. And if you need assistance with a solicitation, email it over. Say, can you look at this? Give me a few days, a week, and just not the day of.
Got to bid by 5 o'clock.
Unless they beg me.
Yeah.
And then, so yes, so that gives you a little idea. She gave the background of PTAC, and we're here for your government contracting. So that's it.
Fantastic. And I can add, their workshops are awesome. So if you get the opportunity, please jump in and check out their webinars. I refer over to the PTACs all the time from the SBDC. So they are a great resource partner. Mr. Wayne, you have the 5th largest
economy in the world, yes.
Tell us a little bit more, please.
Okay. Anyway, for those who don't know, we do small business and DBB certification. My job is to get you certified, to help you market yourself, and then to tell you, go to the PTACs and get help, okay? Because they are literally the experts on government contracting. It is not my job to know how to fill out a bid, okay? I don't want to know. I have enough to worry about.
I don't want them to know.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I don't want
There's that.
That too, yeah. But anyway, also part of my job is reciprocity. And as this man right here is the County of San Diego, who is a reciprocity partner. What that means for you is he can fill your coffers, your wallets with money by getting certified with us. They honor our small business and DBB certifications so that you can get registered with him, and you start getting solicitations with him. And then, everyone's happy because everyone's getting all these different contracts.
Fantastic. Now, before I hand it over to Jack,
It's good.
I'm gonna throw you guys a question really quick.
Uh-oh.
So what was the county spend for San Diego last year? Does anybody have an idea? Throw numbers out.
Ooh. Oh, he stopped by our table. Good for you. I think he was right next.
And remembered.
Well, there you go. So at 1.8 billion,
Yes, with
I
a
will
B.
hand it over to Mr. Jack Pellegrino.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here again, and thank you for Riverside for hosting. I always, I'm your neighbor to the south, not that far to the south, but I love coming up here. And Wayne is my big brother to the north, I call him. And yes, am I like a gold partner or something with you guys?
No,
Okay.
platinum.
But what platinum? Thank you. I'm working on the diamond. But what he said is exactly true. We do accept reciprocity for certifications at the state level. The County of San Diego, let me give you a little background. We're the 5th largest county in the nation. People don't realize that. We're the 2nd largest in the state, only to my other big brother to the north here, LA County. Our total budget is $7.3 billion, and we spend about $1.8 billion. Last year the year before it was $2 billion because of COVID, but that came down a little bit. But we have a tremendous amount of goods and services that we buy annually. We're always looking for great suppliers, new suppliers. We have a small business program. We have a veteran-owned business program, and we accept, as Wayne said, the certifications that you get. So you're not going to go through a separate certification process. You do it once, and I accept it, which is really, really great. And Tanya, it's great to meet you, because our PTAC in San Diego now, we're going to contract with them to have them offer classes specifically for the County of San Diego.
That's right.
Because the County of San Diego is different than the City of San Diego, okay? We have different registration systems. We have a different contracting process. They're operated by their city councilmen or council people that like to get involved in procurement. I'm blessed that my elected Board of Supervisors are precluded from getting involved in contract.
Amen.
So my mission on them, for them, is to make sure that we have fair, full, and open access for all businesses in the region. We have a portfolio of about 3,000 active contracts of all sizes. So my advice to you all, if you're starting out new, you may not be able to bid right away on one of our mega-sized contracts, $1 million or $2 million, but you can be a sub, because in my prime contract, I look for small businesses, veteran-owned businesses, community-based businesses to do the work for our community. So with that, I will pass it to my colleague.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, before, another pop question. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. I got another test for you guys.
This is great.
So MWD created this business outreach team. How much have they focused on Southern California for small businesses and disabled veterans? Throw a number at me.
Don't be shy.
Come on, guys. You guys,
Come on.
Throw a number. No?
Put an M after it.
Yeah.
So MWD has invested. They also do contracts. They contract out with small business and disabled veterans. What dollar do you think they do, approximately?
$5 million.
I would say 300 million, maybe.
300 million? Okay. We're at 1.5 billion since the
Yeah.
program was created. So with that, Mr. Rigg, go ahead and introduce MWD.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys were here for Wayne's presentation of DGS. He talked to you guys about leading you guys to the water. We are the water.
That's good.
So,
Yeah. Wow.
yeah, but so my name is Rick
This
Duarte.
is a fun panel. I've never run on a panel like this before.
Yeah, my name is Rick Duarte. I work for the Metropolitan Water District. I run the small business requirement programs for all of our construction and engineering projects. So any of our construction or engineering projects over 100,000, I make sure that there's 25% goes towards small businesses. We also have 10% that goes towards disabled veteran business programs. So, you know, we have a $600 million capital investment budget that we make sure we reach those goals. It's very rare that we don't reach those goals. We're the largest water wholesaler in the nation. We serve from the San Diego border to Ventura County. That's 6 counties, roughly 19 million customers we have. They're not directly our customers, they're through our member agencies, but that's who we are kind of in a nutshell. You know, a lot of people misunderstand MW for just water infrastructure projects, but we're more than that. We have villages along the Colorado River Aqueduct that use a lot of our general contracting requirements. We have, you know, just from anything like what he was mentioning, where he dissects the project and makes sure that there's a lot of small business contracts that can happen. You might not necessarily be that prime contractor on a project that's maybe $1 million or even 200,000, but you can be that subcontractor that can get a piece of that pie. And we make sure that everyone's getting a piece of the pie. We just don't want the primes getting a piece of the pie. Right now, one of the biggest things that we got going on is we got an equity pledge. We want to make sure that historically underserved communities are getting a piece of that pie for some of that generational wealth that's going to happen through some of the Biden infrastructure bills that is going on. So that's pretty much what we do, what I do. So thank you.
Fantastic. And last but not least, we have our SBA business we're in the wrong one. Lead Business Opportunity Specialist, Ms. Gloria Gomez, who I've had the pleasure to work alongside with many of our clients.
Yeah.
So Gloria, go ahead and tell a little bit about the SBA.
Sure, thank you, Carla. So I'm Gloria Gomez. I'm the Lead Business Opportunity Specialist for the district office that covers Orange County and the Inland Empire, so San Bernardino, Riverside County. We are the federal agency whose mission is to help small businesses. And that's, in any way, for those of you that listened during the keynote session, you know, kind of Godfrey talked about the different services that we provide, but basically anything that your small business needs, we can connect you. If I don't know the answer, we have resource partners that can help you. Your tax dollars at work, so please use those resources. But what I really focus on is the government certification programs at the federal level. So as you've heard, there's different levels, there's kind of different things. As we've kind of talked about, there's different systems that you go to get all these certifications. We're the ones at the federal level. And so as you may have heard, the federal government is the largest procurer in the world. And that's the certifications that you get to try and work with the federal government. So that we're talking about federal agencies like SBA ourselves, IRS, USDA, the Navy, all of the military, DOD. That's who recognizes our certification. Not DGS, not the state of California, not the city of Riverside, but at the federal level. And so what I do is I help educate the public in learning about those, knowing, again, who looks at those certifications, who cares about that, and how to go after those type of contracts. Our certifications are the 8A Business Development Program, the Women-Owned Small Business Program, and the Hub Zone Program, again, at the federal level. And so I always like to connect with the resource partners like the SBDC, because they'll help you understand the different levels and what's the best fit for you at the time. Sure, you'll hear that there's billions of dollars spent at the federal level, but are you ready for that? And so again, you know, all these organizations here represent different levels that might be a good fit for you, not necessarily to start off with the federal, because yes, it can be overwhelming. There is so much information out there. And how do I start? And you know, all those questions. So all the resource partners are here to help answer that. But just to talk about what I do is talking about at the federal level, those contracts that are out there.
Perfect, thank you, Gloria. And with that, I'm gonna just kind of segue with certifications really quick, because we don't have a panel on certifications.
Right.
So how many in the room are certified? Oh, wow, I've never had that many in a room. This is awesome.
Good.
Okay, so how was that process for you? Because the biggest question always that we get as resource partners on our end is, I need to get certified X, Y, and Z, whichever one it happens to be. And for those that are certified, know there's more than just one type of certification, as Gloria was stating. So the biggest question that we ask you is the who cares? Who do you want to do business with, and what do they care about? because we don't want you to get the wrong certification if you're trying to do business, for example, with the county, and you go get minority women through the CPUC, because they may not recognize it. So you really want to make sure you understand your target market. Who do you want to go after? What is their buying process? And do they have a supplier diversity program? And if so, what certifications do they take? State is race and gender neutral. They have their small business and their disabled veteran business enterprise. So we already know what they like. So we want to make sure as entrepreneurs and business owners, you are aware of what's available to you and you get the correct ones. And to Gloria's point, maybe you're not ready to do federal. Let's explore other markets. Don't discount your local cities, your counties, your school districts, your universities. There are different levels of contracting. It's really understanding where you fit. And that's where it goes back to you to do your homework. You have to research. Look at what they bought in the past. These events here are a fantastic opportunity for you to shake those hands and talk about what it is you do and see if there's an opportunity for you to connect somehow in some shape or form in a contract. It may not be tomorrow. It might be 3 months from now, 6 months from now, but you've got to build a relationship and you need to understand the processes. So to the panel, I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and start firing questions to all of you. And I encourage you all also to ask questions. So if you have a question, stop me, raise your hand, and we'll go to your question, okay? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Jack first.
Okay.
What does the county buy?
You name it, we buy it. For everything from, in the unincorporated area, we have public works, we have roads and bridges and overpasses and all that. In the unincorporated area, and so we have our own fire department now called, that's staffed by CAL FIRE. We hire the California State Fire Service, our chief Meacham. So we do that. We do not have a public hospital, unlike some of our other counties. For example, my colleagues in Riverside here have a public hospital. We do not have that. So the biggest part of my spend of that $1.8 billion spend is health and civic services, health and human services, everything from child welfare to alcohol and rehabilitation to behavioral health right now is probably $600 million of our budget. We run your elections, we run the elections. We have 33 libraries. We have 21 regional parks. So there really is, and everything comes through my shop, which is kind of unique in some of our organizations where individual customers have their own procurement agency. In the county of San Diego, we're centralized, okay? So that's a big difference than when you're dealing with some other entities. You might, like, for example, with Riverside, they have a public works department and then they have a purchasing department. So there's two different operations there. And one comment, if you're dealing with a city, none of this applies because each city is going to be a little bit different. I'm aligned with my brother Wayne here because we are a political subdivision. Counties are a political subdivision of the state. We have, it's called a charter rule, which my board of supervisors can make their own rules, which sometimes is interesting. But there's other counties that are what's called general law, which they follow the state law only. So, and so with the cities, and I do get federal money, and so some of the certifications, I also accept federal certifications. I don't have you recertify because sometimes I get a federal grant, and the grant will require, because it's federal transportation funds and I'm building a road in the backcountry, and it will require hub zone or minority businesses or women-owned businesses, and I will follow those rules. So there you go. Long answer for a short question.
That's right.
No, perfect. Thank you.
Can I chime in?
Yeah,
Because
go right
Riverside
ahead.
County,
Go
so
ahead.
Riverside and San Bernardino. Okay. First thing is if for those of you who are so new to government contracting, it doesn't matter where you live to do contracting with any of these government agencies. So
Right.
I know that sounds, oh yeah, but just because you're in Riverside, when it applies to our P-tax, yes, meaning government contracting assistance. So I just wanted to say about Riverside County, for instance, They do a veteran match, and they do a local business preference. So that would be Riverside County. You can't speak for the city of Riverside, of course, they have a different rule. But I'm sitting here listening, just as having been a buyer, and I'm going, well, those counties don't take the certifications, you know? Like, wouldn't that be, but they ask you, and you fill out when, you know,
Right.
oftentimes, they're gonna say certification. You're just saying, yeah, I am. So I just want you to know also, and San Bernardino County does things very differently in a sense, because all of their individual departments write their own solicitations. The buyers are making sure that they follow all laws. And
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I see, look what happened. But anyway.
So you
They do it
multiply
very
the number of the rules,
Let's
right?
talk
Yeah.
about, let's talk about
Right.
the different count. But I mean, that is part of what the P-tax can help you with,
Right.
is at least understanding what the heck are they saying here. And one other thing, I'm going to give a pitch for the P-tax here. We are the only certified veteran verification counselors. So we are certified by the VA to assist you with your verification process for the VA. Yeah.
Question?
Question?
This is for PTAC.
Yeah.
We've used PTAC services before. We usually get like an appointment about a week in advance, for about 1 hour. So it's about a week in between each appointment. My question is, we this year through donating time, we've helped 12 small businesses. 10 of them are veteran homes, 3 of them are women homes. We help them go from EIN to state certification, in some cases, federal certification. That's a huge eat out of our time. So we were wondering, are there any other agencies you could recommend? Because the people we work with, we usually see them anywhere from 3 to 5 times a week, about 30-minute sessions to just accomplish tasks. That helps get them to the certification faster, and it keeps attrition down. I get discouraged when I have to wait a week to talk to somebody and I'm trying to make them. So the question is, are there any people that can help more frequently? If not, how would we get a contract or be able to augment the pre-work we're doing right now so it's not even to our bottom line?
So I don't have an answer to that. Who can help you quicker? Because a week is pretty good. But maybe Carla can address that.
And I'd like to address that. I mean, you know, the P-tax, different ones are different sizes. Our P-tac in San Diego, we have lots of counselors, so you don't necessarily have to wait a week before you can get additional assistance, because, you know, we have full-time and part-time counselors. So I think that we can see people as often as they like. And I mean, I've seen clients one day and again the next day. It doesn't have to be a week before you can get additional assistance.
And to that point, the SBDCs can help as well too. So out of our SBDC, out of Orange County Inland Empire, it covers Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside. We have a center for contracting. So if we're looking at preliminary EIN, just getting the business started, we have about 100 of us. If we're looking at, that's just for the startup part of it. Once you get to the startup part of it, if you're looking for assistance with certifications and going through that process, I have a team of 6. So I think I'm the only one that's booked out about a week out. All my other ones are seen in the same week. So you're more than welcome to connect. And we all work together. We don't compete whatsoever. So they're more than welcome to meet with any of us. Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Did that answer your question or? Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this over to Rick. What is the bidding process? In other words, where do I find the bids for MWD?
So for MWD, we use Planet Bids. That's where all of our bids are through. You can actually do your own research as far as historical bids. You can look at if, let's say, you're bidding on a like a window replacement project, just for something real easy. It'll show you the last maybe 5 to 10 years window replacement projects. What were they bid at? That way you can actually set your targets. Am I gonna be able to meet this price that they're bidding at? And usually all of our bids are, we have well-established rates based on the California wages. So, you're not gonna, we want to make sure that you're making money when you're actually bidding on our projects. That's the last thing we want to see, is that you're losing money. So, but that'd be the place, Planet Bids. And we also have reciprocity with DGS, so our small business certification and our GBVE certification. We have reciprocity with them, but we also have our own certification. But Planet Bids would be the place to go. I have several registration cards that you can kind of get here on my table. And there's a QR code there. It takes you directly into Planet Bids. Depending on how savvy you are to registering, it could take you anywhere between 15 to 30 minutes to register your company, what you do. What I tell everybody is to put down as many trades or commodities that you possibly can do for us. That way you get that email blast of something that fits your profile. And then you have the opportunity to turn us down and say, you know what, I don't have the resources to do it at this time. I'm not going to bid on it. But that would be the way to start. So.
And let me ask you, so Planet Bids, is there a fee for that?
No, it's free. It's
Well,
free.
then again, it was what?
Free. Yeah, it's free. And, like I said, it's easy access. It doesn't require much time. And the minute you register, you get an automatic email blast back that you're registered. And then hopefully you start seeing those potential opportunities.
Perfect. And I will say a lot of our cities and I think some of our counties, I think it's just cities actually, a good portion of our cities use Planet Bids. So if you are on a Planet Bid, say for the city of Riverside, for example, or the city of Moreno Valley, and you're like, oh, I'm already in it because I did it for MWD. No, you have to register for that particular entity as well. So make sure you register with all the entities that you want to see bids from. And if you're not seeing bids come through, ask yourself, to Rick's point, is my profile complete? Did I add all the right codes to my profile so I can be seeing those bids? Or I tell my clients every Friday night, log in and check them out. See what you're not seeing if you're not getting them through your email. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take this over to Tanya and Miss Susie. You guys can duke it out. But tell me the process. If I'm coming to you because I'm interested in contracting with the federal government or local government, what does that process look like for someone that's brand new?
Okay. I'll go ahead and start. So if you are brand new and you're coming to PTAC for the first time, we do an initial counseling session. We want to, just figure out exactly what you do, help you identify your product and our service codes. And so there's a lot of foundation work that you have to do first before we get into actually locating the opportunities and bidding on contracts. But we help you do all of that, create a capability statement, even market research. Maybe you want to get into government contracting, but you don't really know which agencies might procure the services that you provide. We help you with market research to help you figure out which of those agencies that you should actually target. And, we do a step-by-step process no matter where you're at. Even if you're a brand new business, we help you figure out what certifications you might be eligible for. So you don't have to be, a business that's been in business for a long time for us to be able to help you.
Perfect. Did you want to add to that, Susie?
I can add also that we can help you with the city, states, the state as well, but also the cities, the school districts, and the counties, which all use different platforms. So just like we're talking about Planet Bids, Metropolitan Water is using Planet Bids, and Carla said, well, just because I'm in there for one, not the other. But we can assist you with that. And the other thing we assist with is helping you understand what are the document requirements to do your certifications so that you get them ready and we can do a certification together. And, it gets confusing, especially when you're a new business, which is part of what happens is it's overwhelming. I don't even know what they're talking about. And we explain that there are times, first of all, your commercial experience counts. That's important when it's under your business, so you don't have to necessarily have had government contracts before. Also, don't be intimidated by the federal government, because even there are small contracts and large contracts. So every aspect of government, if that's a product or service that you supply, it's worth looking into. You had a question?
So we at our PTAC, we can help you if you're trying to locate international opportunities. I do have some clients who do international work. They may do some exporting, all of that, but there are federal regulations, you know, in regards to that, but we can help you figure that out as well.
My name is Orlando Fernandez with Crossroad Environmental Services. Is there a list somewhere where it says what entity uses what platform? And
Nope.
No.
Google.
Google, yeah.
No,
because that would be, and because the.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
There isn't one.
No,
There is not.
No.
I think
And-
you just told me because I did register with Port of San Diego.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
it's not gonna be.
It's not translatable, and let me speak
Right.
on behalf of my colleagues
Go right
in the lower half of the region. City of San Diego, Port of San Diego, County of San Diego, and each of the 18 cities in San Diego County have their own purchasing systems. We've talked about, it's impossible to do. We all have different rules. We all have different protocols. Fortunately, I'm aligned with the state and the feds more closely because of our size and the types of money that we have. The port, they have their own monies, okay? They have their own, even Sandag, for example.
Yeah.
Transportation entities, they all have different views, and I understand your pain. We've talked about it as directors, but it's something we can't overcome. And I don't think it would be very effective if we did. So my advice is, our relationship with the PTACs and with the SBDCs is I can't give you consulting advice on how to respond to my solicitation, because that would be giving you an unfair competitive advantage against you. Well, wait a minute, you helped him fill out the forms or get at the insurance requirements. So that's why I use PTAC and SBDC to provide that training and coaching that I can't give. So,
And
good
ditto here.
good question about is there a master list? And
I wish there was.
Yes.
But there's not. And what I normally tell clients is you wanna either do like an 80-mile radius, and then we work our way out.
Wow,
And I tell
good
them
point.
every Friday night, spend like an hour or two registering for this group, and then that group the next week.
You can see my open solicitations without registering. You can go on the County of San Diego, go under business from our main webpage, under business, view open solicitations. You won't be able to download it or respond, but you'll be able to view it.
Yeah, and Pete, just to say, PTAC has been really great.
Good.
Fantastic. And I think Rick had a comment.
Yeah, on that, you know, we've been having that debate as far as a one-stop shop for all you guys, because we hear it quite a bit. You know, I'm registered over here and I'm registered over here. One of the things that's been going on in LA, it's this thing called One LA. They're getting ready for the Olympics and stuff like that. So they're trying to do that where you can get all the bids there. You can just register from there, and then it spreads out. You know, your basic information will spread out to, you know, the other entities that are in that program. But it's very complicated, like they said. You know, it's we all have just different requirements, and so but they're trying. So
You're talking about the ramp program?
no, it's just called One LA. So it's for procurement processes through the entire, I guess, LA County. So
Yeah.
oh, ramp. Yeah, ramp. Yeah. That one too. Yeah.
So we talked about county, a little bit of MWD, but Gloria, tell us how to find these federal opportunities and these buyers.
Sure, so a whole different process.
Of course.
For those of you that have dabbled or kind of researched a little bit, you may have come across SAM.gov, SAM.gov. Make sure it has that GOV, that's how you know you're in the right place. And as you may have seen in the last year or two and even recent months, there's been changes where they kind of threw everything into SAM, where before you had to go to different systems to find contracts or award history or register yourself. It's all kind of nicely, I'm gonna say that lightly, in one place, although there's some issues sometimes. But that is where, one, if you're interested in even thinking about doing business with the federal government, you register there, and it is free. So if
What was that again, Gloria?
FREE, free.
Free.
Gratis.
Telling you guys, our favorite word.
That's right.
Where to register, it's free. I've heard of sad stories where people call me and they say, "Oh, what do you mean it's free? I had to put in my information and pay $500 for somehow to someone to create my profile." Yeah. So first off, if you're going to sell to the federal government, that's where you have to register. Free. That's also where you find the opportunities, and that's anything over $25,000 must be posted in, and that's federal level. Okay, so we're talking again, the military, IRS, USDA, all those federal agencies. You're going to find those opportunities in there. Now, there's nice little features where I'm going to link it to the certifications where you can say, okay, well, if I were certified as a woman-owned small business, what opportunities can I find there? So you can filter by that. You can filter by state. You can filter by agency, etc. But that is where you would find those opportunities. Now, this is where, and you don't have to wait until, okay, now I'm ready to sell to the federal government. You can create your profile and just start looking. Try to see what opportunities are there. You know, if I'm a landscaping company, what are they asking me? What capacity are they asking my business to have? Just one place to do janitorial, or if it's the Navy, they have all these installations and I'll have to be at 5, 6, 7, 10 different locations. I can't handle that. So that's where you start to think about, well, am I ready for the federal? And all those questions start popping up. But in short, to find opportunities, it's sam.gov where you can find those opportunities.
Perfect, thank you. Questions?
This is concerning the registration platform problem on sam.gov. Currently, we're helping out 3 people try to get registered in SAM. Whenever they submit a ticket, wherever ticket they submitted before, usually gets like kicked out the queue and they get put like in the last place again. So we're having people submit all the paperwork, submit everything, and wait for about 3 months to get their certification. Is there any faster way besides calling FSD to, or is there anyone they can email paperwork to? Because it's a long time, 3 months waiting to get certified.
Okay, so I'm gonna look over to the PTAC.
I'm gonna address the incident. So this is what we do every day now, right, for a while. And I do wanna say in my experience, I'm not gonna say not 3 months. I mean, I'm shaking my head like, oh my gosh, right? But we have sometimes their incident is resolved. We don't understand, I mean, right? But I'm saying we are the experts, and so we do our best to understand. One thing you should know is that with the incident, they're going to throw out the new ones and keep the old one. If something else happened, it's because you submitted different information, but they literally throw out the new ones, which I'm happy about that. So you don't lose your place in line. That's the only thing I can say, okay? Second of all is apparently you can, at this point, talk to FSD. See, I understand, we don't get paid, right? So meaning they don't have to pay us, right? So I understand what you're saying is that this is taking a lot of time from you. That's why we do it. But that's one thing I can tell you, and I do see it both ways. You see it both ways where it takes a long time. I've had clients who have been in SAM, and the whole issue is that they have they've retired the DUNS. And what that means is the company DUNS, right? So the new company on the back side apparently searches millions of records, which I, of course, am a little sarcastic, and your business doesn't show up, right? And it's registered with the SOS, right? So the point is that these things are clearing up. They're getting better at understanding that if I submit something, guess what? They're going to address it and resolve it. So before, they wouldn't let you, FSD could not handle the overload. So I'm just going to say that oftentimes if you have, and these two ladies can attest, you have a comma, you don't put it in, you don't put the period, you don't put the space, you have a different address on your SOS because you didn't update it, whatever it is, this is literally what we look at, these minuscule things every single day to see what is the problem. And what we have found, and speaking for us, is that we noticed that the SAM registrations used to go through somehow with DUNS, and we did have a hotline. We had a hotline, our life was good. And with DUNS, okay? We could get an instant fixing, right? So I'm kind of like, it's getting better, but they're going to keep the old incident. So you're not going to lose your place in line.
And you're right, it is a problem.
It's a
It's a
problem.
big problem, and I have heard of companies, months, and they're still trying to get it to go through, and the issue is that they are using a whole different system to validate. So that's why we're having these problems. But if, I would say, if your clients do work with the PTAC, have the PTAC help them, because if they are, maybe they're waiting on a contract to be awarded and they needed that active SAM registration. I even had a client who was waiting to get paid. So if there's situations like that, we do have a way to fast track those and get them cleared up. So definitely work with your PTAC if you're in a situation like that. We do have access to reach out to somebody to get those cleared up quickly.
Okay, so can I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure.
Yes, you can.
In our case, we registered, we changed the company name, changed the company formation. We went and updated all our records, and SAM, everything was good. Our new name, everything. When it went to the new platform, for some reason, our old company name showed that.
Right, that's been happening.
Yes.
Formation, but we still decided to continue our process with whatever contract we're going for. If we're working with anyone that happens to, can they still submit their bid, and then afterwards say, no, we are active, or does it have to be active in SAM, even with that glitch?
Yeah, don't be tempted to do it. Just, that's all we can say.
It does have to be active in SAM for them to be able to, on the federal level, for them to be able to grant that contract. That's why it's a huge issue. And if there is a business, like they're just waiting to be awarded a contract and the contracting officer can't grant it because it's not active.
And I'll add that they are offering an option. If you send an email to me or someone in the SBA, we can elevate it to our Office of Government Contracting, and they can, on the SBA backside of SAM, try and, especially if it's waiting for a contract award. So that's an option too, and I can give you my information, my email, so that if anybody you know is in that circumstance, or even through the PTAC, we can help that way.
Yeah, we've got people with lots of other problems like updating the bank account so that like invoicing from.
I can really help with that. I became an expert on that one.
They're just having problems because
I know.
it's like they have the information, they just can't submit it because they're out of the platform. But I'll talk with you guys offline, hopefully,
Talk to us offline, and by the way, if all else fails with the bank account, delete your SAM and do it again. No, this is not scary. It's actually not, except you have to have time. The bank account is a big issue. I worked with FSD for a year because one of my clients has a lot of state contracts, and they got one little Social Security contract, couldn't get paid because they 10 years didn't update their banking. Oh wait, they don't know the account number. I worked with FSD for 1 year until I got one person who said delete the SAM. So this is a joke in my office, is that when it comes to banking, I've lived it, so I can help you. So delete.
So I encourage you to reach out.
Delete.
It's like rebooting a computer.
That can be a love
What
hate.
happens, right? My email doesn't
It's
work.
going
I
great, and you're
reboot.
like, yeah, and then you get to the, it's a love hate. So don't get, we're like, forget it. Reach out to us, and we can try to help you manipulate the system.
Yeah, I can believe it.
That's fun.
It's government.
That's the cure.
Question related to what was being mentioned earlier about subcontractors. Is there, because I've been looking in Cali Procure, and I'll see this stuff in RFPs. Is that the only way to look for subcontractor requests, or is there an easier, simpler, more streamlined process to find people looking for
subcontractors?
So I'll let Wayne address that from the Cali Procure side.
With the Cali.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, on that, there's no golden rule. I mean, if if, let's say it's this general contractor and you want to sub as an electrician, you would just go in and do a search under electrician and find all the electrical ones and see if they are a prime or in a sub situation. That's the only way you can do it.
So I'm going to echo that in a similar way. Unfortunately, the County of San Diego, when we have our solicitation that's out, it doesn't have an invitation for prime or sub, okay? It invites all offers. And then we typically, on pretty much every solicitation, have a bidders conference or an industry day. And at that meeting, there will be a group of professionals like yourself. And my contracting officers say, this is an opportunity for you may be the prime, but you may need other subs in this room, okay? And we publish who was there with emails and phone numbers. So we're not going to get into the middle of telling, I think you should sub with this person, or that would be problematic from a legal point of view. But it is, I know it's unfulfilling, but it's consistent with what Wayne does. Is he goes, okay, here's the opportunities. Now you gotta have to figure out where do you fit.
Where do you fit, yeah.
I will say, for us, for our PTAC, we do post opportunities on our website. Sometimes we get primes who are looking for subs or different companies, and so we do allow them to post on our website. So if you see me afterwards, get my card, it has the link to our website, and you could always look there for opportunities.
And again, because they're one step removed from me,
right?
Yeah.
Honestly, all joking aside, that's legal.
Yeah.
If I were to do that, I would have I would have multiple protests, and I would never get anything awarded.
And thank you for mentioning that, because the Riverside PTAC, of course, if you're a client of ours, if you're in Riverside or San Bernardino County, we do offer bid matching services. You give me your keywords, and we do not charge you for bid match.
Free.
We have a free.
Free.
Well, Carla used to say.
That's the word of the
She's
day.
using free now, but
Free.
I know when I started and when we were all doing these webinars, she used to say, and no cost to you.
That's right, yeah.
And we used to say free, right? Now it's free. But our bid match is a free service for our clients in Riverside, San Bernardino County. Make sure you use it. We purchase a certain number of subscriptions annually. And so if you're using it, you get to keep it forever. And you'll get automatic notifications.
Yeah, I think Rick wanted to add.
Yeah, so for MWD, there's a couple of ways that happens. Looking at it from the construction side, we have pre-bid meetings where I'll be in the room and I'll introduce myself as the small business program, and I'll say, how many here are primes? They'll raise their hand. How many here are subcontractors? So you kind of see who's in the room. Like you said, we can't do that matchmaking for you, but we can actually start that networking for you, right? In that room right there. And then, so then you look out and you see, okay, you start handing out your card to the people that you think you want to partner up with. That's one way. The other way is making sure you're registered with us, because once you get registered with us, the primes have access to the database, limited access, where they're looking for an electrician, they're looking for whatever, the asphalt company. They'll start looking at our database and saying, okay, these are the small businesses that I can partner up with for this project. They'll create which is our W-433 form, which is listing all the subcontractors that they're going to use for that project, so they can meet our 25% requirement. And so that's one way. And then the last way is what was two? I forgot the third way. Well, it'll come back to me.
No, I think Gloria, and then I'll get to it.
At the federal level, on our SBA website, there is the SBA subnet. So same thing, I can't match you, I can't tell you who to work with or them to work with you. But they're there soliciting, if you will, small businesses, because they either want a project, they want to bid on a project, a large project, and so they need those small businesses, for their subcontracting plan, et cetera. And a second way, which they don't necessarily advertise it, but you can go on to SAM and see who won recent contracts. If it's a large one, they're going to need those contractors. So that's another way that you can kind of look proactively for opportunities.
I think Wayne had a.
Yeah, I was saying Caltrans, most of their contracts, we're talking multi-million-dollar contracts, and obviously they're going to be looking for subs. And so Caltrans has mandatory pre-bid conferences. What that means in English is if you're a prime, you have to show up. You have to be logged in on their login, okay? So that, and so what happens is Caltrans does their meeting, whatever, then says to the primes, okay, primes, go to your respective tables, and then you as a sub can go to every one of those primes that are listed there and, give them your information. And, there may be 6 primes out there, and you could be on each one of their quotes. Okay, because they're all looking for an electrician, for example, whatever, that's how it works. I mean,
And Wayne, can you add a little bit on the post your ads on Cal?
Oh, absolutely, yes. If you are registered as a small business or a DDBE, you can post an ad on any solicitation. The problem with that is you have to do it on every solicitation. Okay, you just can't, it's not just a cut and
recurring.
Yeah, the cut and paste on the description you can put in, but for each solicitation, you have to call it up and put it in. And you have to be logged in to do that also. And just one last thing on with Cali Procure, if you're looking at a solicitation, make sure that you are logged in, because if you're not logged in, you won't see certain things like the place an ad, for example.
And if I can add to that too, I think on Planet Bids, if you look at a bid opportunity that say it's construction, you're not construction, you're concrete, you can look to see who the potential bidders are going to be and get in it on the front side of it. So start reaching out to all those potential bidders, because they may have to submit some sort of a plan of who they're going to subcontract to. So you get them on the front end instead of on the back end of it.
Yeah.
And I know Planet Bids has that feature on, I think all my cities that use Planet Bids and then MWD. So you're able to see the potential bidders that are going to be bidding on that contract. And I think we have questions in the back.
This is for Wayne, for the bid system for Cali Procure.
Yeah.
Sam, they allow us to use their API to make calls and have somewhat of like recurring calls throughout the day, searching for RFQs. Does Cali Procure expose their API? Is it something that we could get to make calls from that?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And then just for SBA, when it comes to mentor protege and hub training programs, do we have to have our headquarters in SAM in the hub zone, or do we have additional offices in the hub zone to get that support?
So the eligibility is that your principal office is in the hub zone. So,
Whatever
if
your
you have multiple locations, et cetera, it's the principal office that must be located in
Principal
the hub
may
zone.
not be your
And obviously, you have to be registered and sign up.
Perfect. Any other questions? Go ahead.
This is, I'm not.
You're fine. This is free time.
Okay. Yeah.
This is free time.
Yes.
So we briefly talked about incentives, the 3%, 25% preference and incentives that come with that. If I'm in, this is a mathematical question, I'm a Marine, so I might get the math wrong. If I'm in San Diego County and I'm using the local bidder preference of 5%, so I get to add that to the 5% of being a small business?
Nope.
Can I stack?
Not for me.
So it's
Not for me. Other jurisdictions, some of them pyramid.
Yeah.
Some of them pyramid those percentages. I will tell you, for the county of San Diego, you get it one time.
For the state, you could, if you're small business and DVBE, you could get up to 10%. Okay, but here again, it would be written in the specific, in the solicitation.
Right.
Okay, so to piggyback on that 10%, right? If I go the extra step and try to be a TACPA, do I get the additional points for being a TACPA?
What the hell's a TCPA?
It's the state level of hub zone.
No.
Yeah, Metropolitan has 5% for SB, DVBE, and then another 5% for a regional business. So if you're within our service area, any of your offices, it doesn't have to be a prime office, but, and they've been established for longer than a year, then you would get both credits.
Thank you for that. Now, I know we talked a little bit, very little, and I want to spend some time on it, on capability statements. I think for events like this, these are key. So before I take it over to the panel, who in here has a capability statement? Who else, who's passed it out today? I'll see some hands went down. Okay, so they're extremely important. They are your opening management resume. They introduce your business to buyers, to different opportunities. So with that, I'm gonna have probably Pete Tuck start off, and then we'll see if the importance of them going down on capability statements. Can you
Can
tell us a
I add
little bit
something real quick? Are you referring to that one?
Oh, I didn't turn back. So there's a sample right there.
Yeah, and we'll rip it apart.
Let's start with the codes.
Lucas Lee was asking about subcontracting. The EGS website, they have like 30-something governmental reciprocity partners. Then there's a section company reciprocity partners. How does that work? How do we do contracting with like AT&T or like?
Okay, those are the utilities. Okay, that's under the CPUC, okay, which authorizes women-owned, minority, DVBE, disabilities, and LGBT plus, okay? And so theirs are 1.5% on the DVBE, and each one of the different certifications, women-owned, whatever, each one has their own specific goals.
Correct. So it's MBE is 15%, women is 5%, LGBT is 1.5%, and it has a scaling going up.
Right.
And DVB is 5%, I believe.
And disability, they haven't gotten it. It's because it's
Right.
brand new.
So that's completely separate from
reciprocity.
From this. So with that though, and I will tell you, I do a lot of those. The key for those is you want to make sure once you're certified, that's only step one.
Yeah.
Step two is you want to register yourself into their entities because they all have vendor
Because
registration.
with that step, I
Right.
don't
They have to know you exist.
Yeah.
And then step three, capability statement, go to networking events. The CPUC does events up and down the state of California.
And step 4, if that entity has given you a supplier ID number or just the name, it goes 3 places. Your signature block on your emails, your website, and your capability statement. This is a recording.
So I'll let you guys touch a little bit about capability statement and the importance of them. I know all three of you talk about them all the time.
And before that, I will say one thing about Sam, because we were talking about subcontracting. It's based on a particular solicitation, meaning one by one, but you also have the opportunity to list yourself when you're logged into SAM as a interested vendor. So it's similar, but this is up to the contracting officer per solicitation. So it's not like you're gonna see that button every time, of course not, right? Why would it, and you know, and the main thing is, this is just free advice, look at the sources sought. Always look at sources sought. So that's just a heads up on that. Do you wanna start with capability?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure,
Go ahead.
so.
Be gentle.
So I'm just gonna do a brief overview of what it is. It's like a one-page resume for your business. And government contracting, it's your marketing tool. So you wanna have do a brief description of what your business is, list your capabilities. You wanna have your contracting data on there, like your UEI number, your CAGE code, your NAICS codes on there, any certifications that you have or licensing that is applicable to your business. You want to have a section that talks about what makes you different from the competition. And then you also want to have a section that lists your past performance. You know, companies do that in different ways. Sometimes it's just a list of partial clients. Sometimes it's contracting highlights. But those are sort of the basic elements of a capability statement. But this is key in government contracting. This is one of the main ways that you're going to market yourself.
Did you want to add something to that, Mr. Wayne?
Oh, yes. She said one page. It can be double-sided. Okay, but we're not looking for the Gettysburg Address.
Right.
Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, she mentioned NAICS codes, North America Industry Classification Codes. That's the F word, federal, okay? The state uses the UNSPSC codes. You'll notice on this example, they've got PSC, which is really the old codes. I wouldn't even waste your time with it. Okay, but they've got NAICS codes. Okay, I recommend that if you're using NAICS codes as well as the UNSPSC codes, okay, well, flip them, especially if you're doing state as well, okay? But do the description of it, okay? She's been doing it for 20 years. She knows what.
I'm not that old.
Well, okay.
You started when you were 5.
That's right, yes. Anyway, she may know what 541,618 is. I don't know what that number means.
Yeah.
So if you have a description of it, the two are gonna match, okay? Here's the one that I just love right now. At the very end, there are logos, okay? And there's one that says california.gov. That is the most illegal logo in the state of California. The only logo that you can use with the state is the California Multiple Award Schedule logo. And you have to make sure you're using the current one, not the old one. I've seen the old one on so many things. I was at the Navy Gold Coast a couple weeks ago, and this company had literally, it was instead of our 10 by 10s, they were 20 by 10. This huge banner, and they had the old code on it. And I went up to him and I said, that's wrong, right? And she said, well, this is the excuse was, it's pre-pandemic. And I said, well, now we're post. You have the information, take it back and update your information. Because what happens is, when you're using that type of thing and you give it to me and I know it's wrong, okay? If I'm gonna give you a contract, okay, I would hope to God that you are doing, you're looking at the details. Right? And something as simple as that, okay? And I'm making a big deal at this because this is where you learn, okay? Learn, if you will, learn from your mistakes so that when you are presenting it to someone else, you're golden. You've got everything correct. And the last thing on the UNSPSC codes, if you don't know this, the 8-digit code, the code is 8 digits. On this piece of paper, we do not want the 8-digit code. We want what we call the parent code. That is 6 digits and then ending in 00, okay? Which goes along with this piece of paper I handed out because on your California profile, the public code, we want the parent codes. On the notifications page, we want the parent codes and the 8-digit codes. Because if I'm a buyer and I put out a solicitation on Cali Procure, I'm either going to use the parent code or the 8-digit code. So if you don't have one or the other, you ain't getting a notification that there's a solicitation out there for you. Yes, sir.
When it comes to cybersecurity, and also you say when we give you our capability to go, we're paperwork reduction act over here, so we email everything.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, what should we email? What will be open? What's not accepted as far as attachment? Because sometimes when I send emails to you guys, you can't see pictures, you can't see other things.
Well, basically, we want, if it's double-sided, we want a piece of paper that you can turn over back. Yeah. Okay?
So we give you a PDF that's 2 pages?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And the thing too is you have to realize, I know, for example, CHP, you send it to them and don't be surprised if it's rejected. Because their system will not, because of their security protocols.
They're going to run a virus checker.
Or whatever, yeah, and it'll get rejected.
Huh? Can we have a link to the page?
Oh, possibly, yeah. Send it to the advocate and say, please look at our capability statement at this link. Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, we sent out over 253 capability statements to
advocates, yeah. And you don't get any response.
Should we send a link now instead of a PDF? Like, we've done everything you guys are saying, we're just trying to.
Right, yeah. And the thing is, like I said, if it's CHP, the PDF ain't gonna work. I'll tell you that right now, so.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna correct the guy who knows everything about the state. PSC codes are very important. The FSC are the old codes.
Oh, okay, I stand corrected.
PSC are very important because they're like the micro business under the NAICS code. You're not required to use PSCs, you're not required to have them for SAM, but we use the PSCs because they're more, like the micro codes. So if you're gonna market to, I know he said it and he was trying to say it nice. If you're marketing to the federal government, use NAICS, use PSCs. If you're marketing to DGS, they don't care what your NAICS code is. That's what he says.
Right.
And so, and they also, if you're marketing to DGS, make sure to list your SB or your DVBE certification number.
Oh, absolutely.
That matters
That's your
for the
calling
state.
card. Yeah.
SAM doesn't care. Federal government doesn't
Yeah.
care.
You want to know why you need that supplier ID number? Is because when you turn in that invoice that you want to be paid $10,000, okay? We need your supplier ID number because that identifies you in our database.
So these are, remember who your target is.
Yeah.
And we're not going to get started on talking about advocates.
Oh,
because
yes. Okay.
Because we're excited about advocates, but I know that the response rate is
Oh,
limited.
yeah.
And so it's a reminder back to you guys, throwing it back to you guys, do your research, do your homework.
And be persistent,
And be-
okay? And if you don't get a response, send them your capability statement and say, I know you're busy, but if you would take the time, and then on that, your email, you have different things that you can do, like, it got sent to the, it got opened.
The red
Right,
receipts.
yeah, the receipt stuff, yeah. They don't know that you've got that keyed. So when they, if they do open it and you happen to be in front of your computer, pull up their phone number and give them a call right now because they're in front of their computer. They're looking at it, okay? These are just the little secrets. Yes, sir?
So the capability statement should be targeted to.
The advocates.
Well,
Which is who you want to go after.
Who you want to go to, yeah, with the state
Which
it's the advocates.
department,
Right.
but also which
You
department.
can have, you can have more than one. Oftentimes, businesses have more than one capability statement. You may have one for federal government work, one for state work, so you can have more than one depending upon who you're targeting.
Cater to your audience.
I would say you should have more than
Yeah.
one, especially
Yeah.
with us having the capabilities of just having multiple files, electronic files. Because you, like everyone said, you need to do your homework, right? And then you want to make sure that your capability statement is tailored to that industry, tailored to that organization, and looking at whether they use next codes or not, and making sure that it's specific for that one, because it's a snapshot of you, and we want to be able to just go through it. The worst thing that we see is sometimes they had every intention to do business with MWD, but we get confused with LADWP. And I start out by saying, I really want to do business with LADWP. Oh, that's one of our that's one of our member agencies, but still, so we don't know if you were really directing it towards us or not. So that's making sure you do your homework and making sure it's tailored to that industry that you're looking for.
And
I would recommend.
Just exactly what they said. They took the word right out of my mouth. You're gonna have multiple ones.
I'm gonna throw water all over you guys.
Everyone cares about different things, just
Say
like you
it. You're
heard.
gonna throw water.
And that opens up some space, right? If you don't have to list certain codes, you can start listing other stuff, other experience you have that's targeted towards that customer.
He's got.
Okay,
I'll jack it
let me,
up, I'll get to you in a minute.
yeah. So let me throw some cold water over our whole discussion. With all due respect, the way the county of San Diego and many of my other colleagues, counties, we do not buy off capability statements.
No one does.
And so, but I just want to be fair.
You're right.
So we don't mislead these fine
That's right.
people here. You give me a capability statement, it may come to me, it may come to my department of manager for public works or whatever. We buy off our solicitations.
Right.
We will solicit for you. You get to give me a capability statement, that's great, but it better be in your proposal. Okay?
Yeah.
So we use UNSPC and we use the federal codes as well. UNSPC is our primary identifier. The best thing you can do is register properly, look at our solicitation and respond. If you give me a capability statement, that's great. That's great. But I cannot legally buy off of it.
Right.
I have to full and open competition. It has to be on BINET. You have to submit me an offer. Some people say, oh, I put my pricing on the capability statement.
What?
Sorry.
Why?
I can't do it.
Why'd you do
Well,
that?
you know, you saw all the experts and all the great things that I can do. I can walk on water.
Give it to me.
Okay? I earned that contract. And I do not buy off of that. I'm sorry. I'll put
Thank
that
you.
on.
No, but I got-
Let me go back here.
I got 4 questions, so let me start.
Yeah.
I think you had the question first.
I'll get a question,
Okay.
so they can go.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll start
There you
from
go.
the front and then I'll go to the 2
Good
in the
call.
back.
Just really quickly with our SBA. Can you speak to CPARs at all?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Well, I mean, they're important. They, you know, I don't have any
That's
dealing with
big
that. I just know that they are looked at. Your performance history, was there like a
It's like
specific
10 million,
question?
it's major millions of dollar contracts for
Yeah,
when
but is there a specific-
CPARs happen. They're not gonna be on small procurements. It's, if I'm not mistaken, is it 10 million?
I've been told by contracting officers that you can request a CPAR on any contract over $25,000. I just wondered, because we've got a neutral CPARs right now, and whether you see that having a very much of an impact on the smaller, the lower end of the
Were
contract.
you able to talk to that contracting officer about that?
Oh, we've had several discussions about it, and he says, well, neutral is better than negative. That's about it.
Well, I
You
think-
don't want to get a negative.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain other things you can possibly do, like the small business liaison, or if you feel that that's inaccurate.
Right.
So, you know.
You need to explain it in your proposal
Yes.
because each contracting officer is gonna look at that past performance, whether you have a CPAR or not. You're always asked for references, and we will check those references, whether you have a CPAR or not. We may call a sister agency or, you know, another contract that you've listed.
Oh, so you as a non-federal agency have access to CPAR?
We met, I mean, people list federal contracts as a reference, and I don't have access to the CPAR system. However, if you list a federal contract, I'm gonna reach out to the contract officer, and they may share with me your CPAR.
And I will say, if you are required to submit that in the solicitation, they will look at that.
Right.
So some solicitations require you to submit that as part of your proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we had 2 questions on the 3rd row.
Yeah, Griffin Forsyth, Black Box Safety. We're headquartered in San Diego, and I was wondering if everything is posted through solicitation on Vinet, how do you get in front of an individual requester if the product you're requesting is outdated, or there's a better product or less expensive? What is the method to go about it?
Well, here's the thing is, that's a matter of you're welcome to come to my office and talk to us about it. I mean, it's not going to do you any good to go in front of the Director of Public Works or the Director of Parks and Rec and say, hey, well, you know, you're not buying the right thing. Okay? It's not going to help you. Okay? If you want to come to my office, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. But we do our market research. We have our experts, our subject matter experts that are out there looking at what is in the industry. But we have to kind of have an arm's length. And you know, because one organization says this is inaccurate or you're buying the wrong thing, I can't necessarily rely on that. I have to do my own due diligence, if you will. So if there's something, I'm happy to talk to you offline about that. But, you know, it's not, I'm not going to turn you loose on my public works director.
No.
He would
Yeah,
never
one more
talk to
question
me.
in that same row.
I was gonna ask you the same question.
Okay, and then you had a question in the back. No, you.
The question guy.
The question guy.
Question guy.
Questions. First one, BPAs, money purchase agreements. Our company, we have 3 money purchase agreements when we try to market it. From my understanding, we have an IT CMAS, IT service CMAS. We have a non-IT goods CMAS.
Okay.
Our IT CMAS is a penny shot at $250,000, and then our non-IT goods is $10,000. then we have a $43,000 EPA in San Diego County. We're trying, since we have these agreements already, again, to get that money. Like, how do we go about that? Because it seems like we've marketed to advocate partners, we've done the work of becoming authorized resellers of whatever we resell. And it's like, now, where do we go from here? How do we actually market our CMAS to universities, public schools, other local municipalities, so that we're ready to go?
Yeah, that's easy. There's this thing called Google, okay? And the first thing I would do is I would Google cities over 100,000, and you're gonna get a list of probably 100 cities, okay? Then you got the counties, you got the city, the school districts. The nice thing about the CSU and the UC system, the advocates are in our our database, Cali Procure. Anyway, you have to look up each city, find out who their buyers are, get their phone number and their email, and hi, my name is, and mark it, because that's what you have to do, okay? Because CMAS is with all state agencies, honor that, as well as cities, counties, school districts, community colleges, the UC and the CSU. So you have a lot of marketing research to do. And then after you do that, you send them your capability statement, make sure that CMAS contracts are all on there. And then it's perseverance, okay? You find out if any, like, the county's here, right? And so, you want to find out when are his representatives going to be at the next DGS event next Tuesday, that type thing, or, whatever, okay? Because it's not what you know, it's who you know, and being persistent. You become a professional stalker, is like I like to call it, right? But but don't get arrested, right?
Hold back from.
Because we know who purchases off the CMAS.
Okay.
We get the phone numbers, and we sent our old marketing guy, we got our capability statements to all the CMAS.
Okay, and the thing is, okay, but like I said, you just have to be persistent. And like I said, if you go to our database where we have our calendar of events, and look to see, what type of what kind of event is it? Right. Is it something like this that you're going to get a variety of different county or city, federal aid, whatever? Okay, then you can come in here. You have your capability statement, and you mark it.
So let me try to help here.
Yeah.
You need to find out not only who they are, but what is their process, because each one of us counties, you heard from the feds, you heard from the water district, you've heard from the state, the county
department.
We don't buy off CMAS. You can have a CMAS all day. I buy off my solicitations. Okay, and I told you, I'm sorry for throwing the water on the capability statements.
Right.
But same way you could have a CMAS contract, and you can call me out and one of my buyers and say, well, we're ready to go. We're ready to sell you blah, 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 blah. And you don't have a CMAS. And I go, okay, when we post for that, are you registered to buy that?
Yeah.
That's right.
Because that's how I buy. That $1.8 billion of goods and services, 88% of that last year was competitively awarded based on full and open competition. That's right. $1.5 billion was competed, not because it was on a CMAS contract or anything else.
Yeah.
So I compete, even if you had a GSA schedule, I would be saying the same thing. You could have a GSA schedule, and the government says government contracting officers have to compete against GSA schedule holders.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out what the process is that your target agency uses.
Right, yeah.
Okay? Does that help or hurt?
It does.
It hurts.
It hurts.
It hurts.
I know that you guys want to do CMAS, but
Right.
that helped for the people. I guess we just got to
Okay.
And I,
Yeah. Can I throw?
oh, really? Go ahead.
Just one more. I just want to say, and it's to help you too.
Uh-oh.
Okay? You have my business card. Okay, you have my email. I'm offering my free services.
What was it again?
Free services.
Free.
Just like the two PTACs here in your capability statement.
Okay.
Send it to us and we'll rip you a new, we will help you.
Yes, we will.
We'll get our red pens.
And he won't send it to me.
Red pens, I still do the red pen, I'm not.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
But seriously, yeah.
Follow-up was for SBA. We've bid on contracts that are 100% set aside. Veteran, small businesses, DOD, DLA contracts. And when we check the award, it gets awarded to the authorized manufacturer who's not an SBA. Why is this happening?
Talk to your competition applicant.
I can't answer why they're not following what they're supposed to. I mean, I need a little more information and try and go and ask them why, but I don't know.
Talk to did they have a competition advocate?
Yeah, there's a small business liaison, there's.
That's where I would go.
Try to reach out and debrief or something, why didn't I get chosen or?
Right.
We'll do that.
Yeah.
So far, we were told that one of the contracts we did on was Sam for total set aside STUSB. They redirected us to dibs. We bid on their dibs, and then the manufacturer who wasn't even veteran owned, we got it. We asked them why, and he said, "Well, that contract, STUSBs could bid on it, but they also opened it for other people."
Yeah.
Is it on a waiver?
So
Is it on a?
Not a
waiver?
set
It's not
aside.
a
It can be
set-aside.
waived.
Right.
So there is a fair amount of discretion in any of our agencies. For example, I may have, I set aside things under $100,000 if there's competition, okay? If I only have one DVBE or one small business, I will open it up to everyone.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay?
You have
Because
rule of two.
competition
Right.
is fair. That's the way we do equity.
Yeah.
Okay?
Can I add one more thing?
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, that's.
Twice, but I gotta say this because it is important. You realize.
Never
that-
gonna invite us back.
You realize
I'm not that
that
young, I'm
if,
gonna forget.
oh, gee. If you bid on something and you don't win, you have every right to know, number one, who won,
Yep.
why you didn't get it, and a copy of the winning bid. Now, on the federal side, there is a time frame. What,
Yeah.
10 days? Something like, is it, oh, it's down to 5? Oh, gee, it's some
Riverside
ungodly.
County- Riverside County has a time.
Yeah.
Really, the state doesn't.
There is a time limit on the federal government side
Yeah.
for you to request that debrief.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the state side, there's no time limit, so it's part of the buyer's job to give you that information. And if you don't get that information from them, that's when you contact your advocate and you raise hell.
Or you decide if that's how you want to go. Right.
I want that information.
So anyway, okay.
Yeah,
here's
now.
mine. Number one, the elephant in the living room we didn't discuss, which is interesting, San Diego County. NIGP codes. Hello.
Yeah, I don't use them.
I know, I
use them.
heard that. You use a UNSPSC.
Yeah.
So Riverside, so that's just another set. Okay, that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Local government often uses NIGP codes, so when you go to register with County of Riverside, they don't care about NAICS or UNSPSC. There's another set of codes. Now, if you're gonna market to Riverside County, which set of codes are you gonna use, right? So I'm just
NIGP.
brought it up, just a little mention that
So-
there's another set of codes.
NIGP stands for the Institute of Public Procurement, and also known as NIGP.
NIGP.
It doesn't
matter.
acronym doesn't go
Right.
together. But,
National, it starts.
yeah.
Come on.
But that is a unique set of codes. It's an organization that's about 16,000 members. I am part of that organization.
Oh, really?
Yes,
I
and
feel
however, the safest is always UNSPC code and NAICS code. I mean,
But
that's,
not for local government oftentimes.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all. Next
Okay.
thing, it was about logos. I'll tell you guys, because he said it. You know what, logos, be very careful when you use logos on your capability statement. If you're an authorized distributor or dealer and they give you permission, go ahead.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you have a certain certification, they give you permission. Obviously, if you're an SDV OSB, they give you permission, use it, and definitely use it. But I'm gonna tell you guys a funny story. When I started at the PTAC, we had a client who is a SDV OSB, was distributing through the, what's it called? The online service thing, retail kinda, and he's got the NBA logo. and he's got a few others like that. So I said, now obviously that's obvious to you guys, right? But I said, do you sell to the NBA directly? And did they give you permission? I didn't know what I was doing. I was new. No, we sold to, Kobe, right? Or something at that time.
He's not the NBA.
I wish.
at that point.
Yeah. But my point is that be very careful with logos, err on the side of caution. You must have permission. And anyway, why are you advertising them? Why are you doing your advertising for them?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean, if you're not an authorized distributor of Microsoft, don't use their logo. And that's what I recommend with logos, and I had one other thing, but I got cut off so many times.
The rule of two.
So what? Oh, rule of two? The rule of two. Also, yes. So, no, it actually had something to do, no, I have one
Future
other.
reference, we're
But the rule of
separating the
two
two.
is what stands. And also, just because you're an SDV, OSB, if it's not set aside, then it's full and open. So it's not, I understand the rules, and I understand that the VA is supposed, they won the big lawsuit about awarding to veterans, but it also depends on who's the competition and do they have enough competitors, because it has to be advantageous to the government and to you, not just to you. And the other thing was, which again, this was, but it wasn't the rule of two. So the other thing is you have to look at those set-asides, right? And also, I know what I mentioned, Gloria probably knows about this, is that there is a waiver list. So if they bid a major manufacturer, but that manufacturer was put on the waiver by the SBA, right? By the SBA because there wasn't a small business who could produce it. So even if there's a small business set aside, you can supply Phillips, right? When it goes off the waiver list, we're done with that. You have nothing to say about that. Because the small businesses approached the SBA and they said, we can supply it to spec. We can manufacture that to spec. And that's what happens with small business set-asides. If it's on the waiver list, then you need to check that waiver list. It's also Google, right? Check the waiver list and it's done by NAICS code. And sometimes, the SBA will take it off immediately. So for 20 years, you were able to sell it. You were the small business. I'm representing a large manufacturer. For 20 years, you were able to sell it. And let me tell you something. In May, you're not. The end. There's no discussion. And there's nothing for me to do as a PTAC. There's nothing for any of us to do. And so I just wanted, when you're bringing up a big and how come they got it, this is part of what happens. And there has to be real good proof, not just a protest. There has to be real good proof that they can manufacture that product and they're a small business. So that's how that kind of thing happens.
And that's why you need to ask for the DD. If that's the reasoning.
If that's,
Right,
I mean, we all have the same ethos, the same ethics, which is full and open, transparent competition, advocacy for each and every one of you. So that's our public responsibility too.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
We have a private foundation, it's a 501c. We saw in California that there are set-asides for nonprofits. Is that a thing? And if so,
we don't have set
Not a
aside.
We don't, not set.
But you can register.
I don't know where you read that.
You can read.
I don't know if it says, not set-aside the word, but either incentives or preference.
No, on the state, with the state, it is not a certification, it is a recognition when you get recognized with the state certification. The only thing good about that is the prompt payment, where if you turn in an invoice and it's undisputed within 45 days, okay, there's a late fee that is attached, okay? And it goes at a higher rate than the regular if you were just a small business. Okay, yeah, but there's the word set aside is a federal word. Yes. Yeah, but all that, that's all federal.
Yeah. Even a preference, I mean, when you think about what a nonprofit is a tax status.
Right.
There is not a certification for a nonprofit organization, okay? And there is a hole in our system, you and I have talked about it.
Right.
You can be certified as a small business, well, you can't be certified as a small business as a nonprofit.
But
Right.
you're
Right.
registered, yeah.
So
You
you have to be for profit. So that's internally, I say I use the small business criteria to judge nonprofits
Right.
to be equivalent of the small business.
Right.
But anyway, sorry for going down that route.
Yeah.
We know too much.
Yes.
Apparently.
So as a wrap up, I mean, we've learned, obviously you want to research who you want to go after. Obviously learn what their processes are.
Right.
You know, what system do they use? If they take certifications, which ones do I need to apply to? Do they buy what I sell? And then from there, access the resources that are here to assist you. Because you can go at it alone, but you're gonna have an
Or you
uphill
can
battle.
get free resources.
Have the uphill battle with your resource partners, because that's what they are here for. So with that, I'm gonna give each person a quick send-off, a quick tip that you can offer to our businesses that are in the audience before I let us back into the main room. L'Oreal, I'll start with you.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, just really know your customer. Just know if you're in the right place at the right time to have that certification, especially with the federal, because I know that one's a little, I'm not gonna say higher, but a little more complex. So just know if you're ready to start there. And if you're not, it's okay. There's other options.
One more question, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. Joint ventures with woman-owned small business or AA or hub-owned or Indian-owned. That joint venture, can we leverage both of these certificates?
It's whoever's the majority.
Yeah, it has to be a majority.
Yep.
Yep. It's still, it follows the same rules for certification.
So go ahead, go back. Your closing tip?
Yeah, so in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month, I'm gonna use my mom's phrase, which is échale ganas, meaning, you know, continue, be persistent, give it your best effort, and just go after all of us that are here. You know, we're here to help you get those contract dollars, get those procurement dollars. So just stay persistent, you know, keep going at it. Eventually that door is gonna open, and when it opens, there's gonna be a flood of water.
Jack?
That's hard to follow, so I won't even try. In two regards, let's see, thank you for being here. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for your service, your prior service, your current service to serve us in the needs of providing goods and services to our citizens, which I tell my staff is we're employee owners because we are spending our own tax dollars. So do it wisely. Spend every dollar like it's your dollar because it is your dollar. So likewise, we're imploring you to give us your best offers up front. Look at our websites, register with us. I wish it was easier. It is as easy. We stay up at night trying to make it more streamlined for you. My contract template is only 22 pages versus a federal contract that's 122. But no, thank you for being here, and look forward to doing business with you down in the great county of San Diego.
Okay, as I used the phrase before, become a professional stalker. Market, market, market. Be persistent. You know, just because they don't pick up the phone, send them an email, attach your capability statement. And, you know, and just, that's what you just have to do it. Look for events where the different agencies are going to be. It's not what you know, it's who you know. It's that simple.
That's right.
Susie?
So, does the government buy what you sell? Find out first. Do not ask any contracting officer or buyer, what do they buy? So that's one piece of advice. And the other is, which of course, listen here, I'm learning something. And then, and the other thing is that, are you competitive? Just because I'm a certified this, or an SDV, are you competitive? If you're not competitive because your supplier is not giving you that price, then you're not competitive. The government is going to work to save money for the citizens. And so just make sure that you have done all of your homework and your research, and make sure you're in a really good position to be competitive.
And Tanya.
Good advice.
In addition to what everybody else said, I think the best tip I can give you is to use all of the free resources that
What was that
are
word again?
available. Free. So I've been in this, in economic development for over 15 years, and there are lots of free resources for small businesses out there. You just gotta, figure out what they are and utilize them. And, all of us here can let you know what those resources are.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you to the panel, and thank you to all of you. Please feel free to approach them and ask them questions if you have more.
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys. Can I steal one of your registration?
You were fun.
Thank you.
You were fun.
Well, that's nice.
Are you?
My professional media.
But we've never seen you.
Mike, Julie, and Gloria.
But it's 5 or 9.
Yeah, so